Okay, I'm back right after the end of me redoing the Chapter 3 trial in the original build. So, when I first finished that trial in the Zephyrim build, I got really mad at it because essentially almost no good reason besides I failed to guess who the culprit was before going into it. And like none other. Yes, it is rather short. It's very short compared to the second trial, and it's the intermission isn't really in the middle. It's at the end, so it wraps up really quickly after we get through the intermission. But that's not really why I was mad. It kind of was tangential to that because, like, I thought there was so much more to go, which indicated that when they flagged Yuhara as the culprit, it wouldn't be Yuhara in the end because it would be too soon, and it turned out to just wrap up on me. But it was like related to how Yuhara was the one who was the culprit, not just in itself that the trial was short. So usually with the Chapter 3 trials, it tends to get kind of silly because obviously if you kill two people, it's a greater opportunity to leave behind evidence of what you did. So you shouldn't do that. The only reason why it would make sense is if you could kill more than two and you just try to kill everybody. That might be effective, but there's usually a rule that you can only kill two max. Yeah, you could maybe argue that, say you were trying to take out the smartest characters. Like, you wanted to kill both Chiaki and Nagito in one swoop because those are the two that are most likely to affect the reasoning to reason out that you were the culprit. But you still doesn't neutralize the whole risk of you just leaving behind more evidence by killing two people, which the less smarter characters could use still. The protagonist is always dangerous, regardless of how many point men he or she has. So with a limit of only being two you can kill, you almost always does not make sense. Now, the Chapter 3 case for Danganronpa 2, which to me is like the least offensive of the three Chapter 3 cases, was someone just happened to walk in on the murder being committed. So, it kind of works. And it's like they're witnesses of each other's murder. So if the culprit kills somebody walking in on the murder of the first person, well, the first person's seen the second murder, so then they have to go back and kill both. It's essentially what happened with this case with Yuhara was Yamaguchi walked in on Yuhara attempting to murder Inori. So now Yamaguchi's going to know, even if that Yuhara is attempting a murder and is wanting to do a murder, and is willing to almost do it before he walked in. So that's not a good situation, and so you kill Yamaguchi. If you want to free your church kids, right, you don't want to lose the ability to do that effectively because now everybody's on the watch for you. You see, you can kill no one, you can abort the whole mission, but now Yamaguchi's going to tell everybody, with help from Inori's testimony, because Inori can testify that she got knocked out, and when she got knocked out, that Yuhara did this. So you kill Yamaguchi. But Inori is still a problem because Inori got knocked out, and she's going to know when she got knocked out. And that happened to be when a bunch of people were gathered around Tyra, such that few people have an alibi for that time. It's like it was like Kiji, Yuhara, Mikaru sort of situation. And so the incident can really help, just leaving her alive can result in her helping narrow down who the culprit is effectively. Or more effectively. And so she's dangerous, right? So he has to kill her too, even though he got a kill in. It's like, why do you have to go back and kill Inori, who originally you intended to kill? If you've got Yamaguchi, you've already got a body. Because her testimony could be dangerous, potentially. So it was kind of like a pinned in. It wasn't like he planned to murder two people, despite how little sense it makes. It was like a circumstantial thing where it just worked. His plan didn't work out quite right, and so ended up with two people dead. It was his best bet, given each individual, like the choice that he encountered at the moment, here and there, right? So it's not as bad as, like, you know, some of the silliness in the mainline Danganronpa games, like Danganronpa 1, where Celeste, for some reason, makes this plan to frame up whatever the clairvoyant's name was. Yasuhiro, there we go. But instead of framing up Yasuhiro for 2 murders, she decided to carry out this elaborate scheme that framed him up, well, for 1 murder, to frame him up for 2 murders. And it was stupid. Why didn't you just frame him up for 1 murder? That would have been much simpler and much easier. And she did a really bad job of framing him up anyway. Or even worse, Danganronpa V3, where the anthropologist has someone walk in on his plot, kills them, makes the who murdered her so ambiguous, it's just really good, it's a really good, solid murder, and then decides to carry out his plot anyway, not because because anybody else witnessed it. It's not like it's not like the person that he kills the first time walked in with him and the victim, the intended victim. So he doesn't have to go back and kill the person that the plot was intended for, but does it anyway, because literally it would be such a shame to waste this cool idea I came up with to kill someone with. And that cool idea that he came up to kill someone with, when it's actually implemented, makes it obvious he's the one who did it. So it wasn't a cool idea at all. So it avoids all that weirdness and does a little bit better job. And so I'd have to commend it, right? It's actually rather good. And the logic you go through is rather good and solid, right? He said the phone was stolen from him in the middle of the night, during nighttime. But before nighttime, the door to the science lab had already been barred. Therefore, he lied, right? Why did you lie? And then you get the luminol. But, so it's not bad. And you can actually see that logic before you go into the trial, right? I mean, I got like halfway there. Like, I figured out that Yamaguchi was killed 8:40 p.m. Before I went in there. I just didn't realize, even it doesn't even have to do with Yamaguchi. It has to do with the cell phone. You could even that's the funny thing, you could even not figure out that Yamaguchi was killed in the evening. You could think he was killed that morning. And then it would still work, because this is the whole problem with Yuhara's plot, where he pretended to get someone got the jump on him and stole a cell phone from him, had to do entirely with the Inori thing. Because someone noticed that the door to the lab was barred before he said he got the cell phone stolen from him. That's like completely independent of Yamaguchi. Which is something I sometimes kind of goofy, not really upset about it, but just sort of complain about, is that I just lightly touched the microphone. Hopefully I didn't mess up your ears. I was picking a hair off of it. As I'll repeat, the most obvious case of this, the most notorious case of this would be Chapter 4 of Danganronpa 2 with the Funhouse, where you do all this puzzle solving, and it doesn't really have a whole lot to do with who did it. Anyway, it was actually pretty good in hindsight. It was actually a pretty well-written trial. I just got really annoyed at it because I got it wrong. That being said, the that stinking panic talk action like thing you do at the end there is enough to make a preacher cuss. And there is some natural tendency when you play these games to really want to separate your performance evaluation between your performance in your reasoning, in your problems puzzle solving reasoning, and your performance in like the action aspect. You want to like divide them. But Danganronpa is kind of frustrating in that way that it like combines them. So you feel like you're being falsely accused. Like you will fail because of an action related thing, and you'll think it's like insulting your ability to reason. Anyway, if anybody else who's played this and actually tried to go through that panic talk action, did you find it difficult, or do I just suck? Anyway. And it makes me scared for the remaining trials. I still have chapter 4, 5, and 6 to go. I have to do... If this panic talk action is that harder than those ones, oh dear. But hopefully it's just like it's a Yuhara thing. Okay, so now that... finished talking about that trial, I think. Again, not really that bad. I just complained about it so much in the moment. Let's move on. We have chapter 4 to go into now. I better check my mic gain. Might be a little bit high. My computer turns up my mic gain without me. It turned up a little bit. Why? Okay, it's gonna make the auto editing a bit weird, but I turned it down a little bit. I don't know why it was so high. Why it creeps up. It's like some sort of automatic thing where it's like trying to grab my voice or something. We have to continue. So, what the cast looks like now is we continue to have peripheral characters and more main characters. See, my notes are like how in order they are. Not really. See if I've got everybody nice and crossed off here. So, in my opinion still, Haruhiko Kobashikawa, he says a lot of lines, but he's still in this category. Teruya Otori, and the clown, Ima Satsuki, are still peripheral characters. Somewhat meaning, if you were to take, say, Teruya Otori, and remove him from the game entirely, and just rewrite the game without him in it, the story wouldn't change really that much at all, right? He's almost just like a filler character to make the cast up to 15 characters. The story is not really about him, and the things he does doesn't really affect it. He doesn't move, and he doesn't really shake. Ima Satsuki says a bit more, like, important things, but really still, if you were to remove her from the game, it wouldn't really change the game that much. Haruhiko Kobashikawa, he kind of says a lot of lines, that's the thing. He's very loud and says a lot of things, which makes him seem kind of important, but I still think, really, if you were to just remove him out of the game, you could do that without really changing the game that much. So those three are peripheral. Usually, in Chapter 4, more peripheral characters still are the type of characters that die. I always thought of Sakura as a peripheral character. You mainline Danganronpa for reference here. I've always thought of the Akane and whatever the name of the super high school level team manager was. Well, Akane wasn't is part of the really big deal in the case, but she wasn't killed. Gundam Tanaka, right? Gundam Tanaka may have been really entertaining, but it didn't really affect the plot that much. Like, you could write him out really easily. So, those those characters are kind of peripheral. They're not really that important. Gonta and Miu were. That's kind of a cool thing about V3. Miu contributed more than you even knew after she died. You learned more about what she did before she died. And Goto is actually used to do things with. So with V3 being an exception, and it post-dates this game, typically more peripheral characters tend to die in Chapter 4. And so, Kobashikawa, Otori and Satsuki are in danger of Chapter 4 deaths. I didn't really mention it at the very beginning of this Let's Play. I guess that Yuhara would be the Chapter 2 Blackened, and that Inori would be the Chapter 2 victim. And then, they turned out to be Chapter 3 victim and Blackened. I originally guessed Yamaguchi would die in Chapter 4 because he was big, but he's already dead, so we're not going to revive him and re-kill him. So there could a wrench in the work could be thrown into here, but those three characters are kind of a little bit at risk of dying in Chapter 4. Only two at most would die in Chapter 4. One of them keeps going to be kind of like the Yasuhiro kind of character at the end, who just kind of rides the wave to the end of the game and just kind of ducks all the murders. Whereas in contrast, the main character, Yuki, okay, I gotta say, Akane Taira is still sort of in the middle. You can't really write her out of the game, and the game still makes sense, right? So, Akane is but she doesn't really move and shake that much. She doesn't really, make things happen. And so, she's kind of in this no man's land in the middle. Okay, so Taira's in the middle, and then Yuki, Tsurugi Kinjo, Mikako Kurukawa, Rei Mikaru are the inner circle characters. They're not the peripheral characters. And they have a tendency to either survive or die in Chapter 5, right? Kinjo is a point man, and he isn't really like a prosecutor because he typically doesn't really get it wrong. But he's important in that way. He's like a point person. And the conflict between him, there's this character arc going on with him as his judgmentalness and his Batman-like nature. It's going to have to be resolved somehow. And how he reacts to the nature of the mastermind in the end is going to have to be resolved somehow. We're going to get to Mikako at the end. Rei, same thing, she's a point person. And it's going to have some character arc going on with her. It's going to resolve somehow, I believe. The protagonist, of course. But then lastly, in these four people I've named, we have Mikako. Mikako Kurokawa. And there's something special about her. It seems to be... I forgot this person's name. I don't think I've ever written it down anywhere. No, Kisaragi Hanzo. So they found the yearbook for Kisaragi Hanzo. And it was a class of 48 or something, 58, but we don't really know what that means. I presume maybe this takes place in 2012 or something. They said he would be a middle-aged, if he were to, by the time that these students joined, they walked into Hope's Week as freshmen. Since then, Kisaragi Hanzo would have grown into a middle-aged man. So however long ago the 58th class was, he would be a middle-aged man by now. And it's really odd that they specifically state how old he would be. You would think that would be implied, but everybody would just naturally subtract in their head, right? Why would they point out that he's a middle-aged man so aggressively? And I was thinking, well, and maybe it's related to how the person in the cage, which you presume is the cage that was in the room that you go down the stairs from the warehouse to get to, when Monokuma was talking to the person in the cage right after the Chapter 2 trial, Monokuma told this person, as part of the narration, it's kind of a stray dialogue, but it's just to communicate to the player, your body does not age. So, it tends to make me kind of take the leap that maybe the person in the cage is Kisaragi Hanzo, but because his body does not age, he still has the appearance of a high school kid. Why would that even be necessary? Well, I guess you're not allowed in Danganronpa unless you at least have the appearance of a high school kid, apparently. And he's apparently the super high school level inventor, which is kind of interesting because this game predates V3. And we already have like 2 super high school level talents that were in V3 that we first see in this game, which predates V3, which is super high school level maid and super high school level inventor. Given these are very generic occupations, so it wouldn't be necessarily hard to think of these super high school level talents. It's not too weird. But then to pile on top of that, it's weird how this game has a casino with a special scenes in the casino that are unlockable with items in the shop. When V3 did the same thing with the casino, and then there was a scene in the casino that was unlockable with the shop. It's times like the V3 stealing, or maybe not necessarily stealing, because this is not copyrighted. This game is not copyrighted, but as far as I know, ideas from its fan games is, but it's not against the rules. I just started to notice that. There seems to be multiple things showing up in V3 that are originally in SDRA here. I went off on a tangent about that. So, basically, he would be trapped in the cage, and Monokuma said his time has not yet come, right? Which implies that his time will come. So eventually, Kisaragi Hanzo, with the appearance of a high school kid, will be dumped into the cast as another character, in addition, or as a dead body. We don't know. Monokuma also told this person in the cage, which I still presume is Kisaragi Hanzo, that the woman that he cares about is still alive. Now, Inori was the only woman that died at the end of Chapter 3. That could still no longer be the case if it's Inori. But I've always speculated that Mikako Kurukawa is the woman that Kisaragi Hanzo loves. There seems to be a connection there. Kurukawa heard a human voice. She might have thought she recognized it as Hanzo's. She knows Hanzo because when she first heard that name, she made that like small pupil's face. We know that she has a lover that she thinks is dead, that she really cares about, but maybe they're not dead. Because there's circumstances that would have killed someone if they survived because they have a Cure syndrome-like thing. I mean, they don't age, right? And she was really, really, really going hard at trying to get down into that room. It gives me this feeling that Kurukawa knew that was not an escape. She wanted to get in there because she wanted to get down and rescue Hanzo. Because she loves Hanzo a lot. And that's why she's like she's the movest and shakest right now. There's also this implication that she knows more, and Mikaru accuses her of this at the end of chapter 3, about the nature of the mastermind than the others. There's something that makes her a little bit OP. And it tends to make you think along the lines of, well, maybe that's why she has this impediment where it's hard for her to talk. The mastermind did something to her to make it hard for her to talk so that she couldn't really talk about the stuff she knows. Similarly to how they took away more extra of Kirigiri's memory in Trigger Happy Havoc, right? Because she was overpowered. But again, I have this issue with that, in that the character, oddly, and this is still odd, this is going to come up, it's going to be important later, I'm sure. Oddly, in this fan game, the character introductions occur before the time skip. Before they all get woozy and pass out and wake up in classrooms, the character introductions occur. Very distinct and different from Trigger Happy Havoc, and it must have been intentional. That shows, though, that Mikako's, Mikako's speech impediment was still there before the time skip. So if the mastermind did something to her to make it so it hurts if she talks or something like that, she would have done it way, like, beforehand, preventatively, and planned way ahead. Huh. So Mikako's a big mover and shaker. Like, she's going to move and she's going to shake. So that's why she's in the inner circle now. She's no longer trapped halfway, like I said at the end of last chapter. And I'm really excited to see what happens. Some other notes about the nature of the character of Mikako. So there's a couple sayings. One of them, I think it's Proverb of Solomon. A Proverb of Solomon. It's in the book of Proverbs in the Bible somewhere. It's basically, even a fool will be thought of as wise if he keeps his mouth shut. It's this idea that if you're kind of like the quiet person in the room, that people will kind of naturally think you're smart. Just because they kind of give you that benefit of the doubt. When you open up and say things, then people just kind of realize, oh, okay, just an idiot, just like all the rest of us. Or worse, depending on if you're actually an idiot or not. For me, it really works like that because it's like, when you really want to say something, if you're someone who's me, you could probably tell from these videos, if you meet me in real life, really don't say much. I don't really see a lot of points and a lot of conversation. I'm not really that loud of a person. So, but if I say something, it's because I'm really riled up about something. I'm really feeling some strong emotion. It makes you really want to jump in and say something. Well, when you're really hyped up to say something, those are the times when you say the most stupid stuff, right? So, being quiet, to me, almost seems like, yeah, it works, people think you're smart, but the average intelligence of the things you say kind of goes down. Because your smartest stuff you don't say, and your stupidest stuff you do say. And there are similar expressions. There's probably an expression that's probably false attributed to Benjamin Franklin in Old Richard's Almanac, whatever you call that thing, that's better to be thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. A little bit different idea, not quite as accurate, because quiet people aren't usually thought of as fools. Anyway, Mikaku's kind of defies this, because when she finally does say something, she says things that are useful and correct. She's like never said anything bad this entire time. It's always been correct, like she's like wrong time of death or useful or encouraging. She's like butter, like it's she's like better, she's like even a fool will be thought of as wise if they keep their mouth shut, but she's not a fool. But this is a very rare breed of person, as I demonstrated, because when you're really quiet, you tend to kind of say stupid stuff when you finally talk, right? So it makes you like, even if it's like a fictional character and you admire the fictional character. How you make an anime crush purely from dialogue and not appearances. Okay, let's go into the game now. Probably only go like a few minutes because I just talked through most of my time. Maybe I have like half an hour left or something. We'll explore the next floor, and that's about it, I think. Okay, so this is stuff about despair. Despair. Despair is essentially like an epidemic. When one person begins to despair, the next person then also begins to despair. The next person next to them also begins to despair. And the number begins to increase exponentially. It's worse than an infectious disease. At least there's a cure for or a vaccine. Despair isn't like that. What? Hope? Are you kidding? There's no way something like that can cure despair. What would you hope for anyway? If hope can cure despair, how will you explain this situation? Well, there is no hope in this situation. Shall I tell you? Hope is nothing more than a fragment of despair. Despair is hope. Because you don't know that, but you I don't think it's worth talking about anymore. Okay, let's end this now. Forget everything. Let me despair. Ah, a nightmare about despair. It's just words about despair. I feel like I had a nightmare. I don't remember the details of the dream, but my whole body was covered in cold sweat, and the blanket had fallen to the ground. There's got to be some plot, like, something important about how he has these dreams where he hears the voice of the mastermind in his head. It's, like, accurate. And the blanket had fallen to the ground. The path. Maybe it's because I had a nightmare, but my... Oh, what is that word? Jagier. Oh, which is like it's like a cuss word. Okay, so he says a cuss word. Then maybe it was because I had a nightmare, but my originally bad mood became even worse. The reason I'm not in a good mood is because there was a class trial yesterday. Yeah, you would guess that Yuhara is blackened right after the bat just because, like, he's easy to make an execution for, right? You just crucify him. As of yesterday, Inori and Yamaguchi were murdered by someone, and the class trial was held to determine the culprit. And shockingly, the culprit was Yuhara, who I thought would not commit murder. Yuhara was an insider of the mastermind, and was forced to commit murder after being threatened with the lives of the church children held hostage. However, it was a bluff. Despite Yuhara's efforts, the children had already died a long time ago, and Monokuma did not keep his promise. In the end, Yuhara passed away after being brutally executed, unable to figure out why he had killed two of his friends. Or just realizing he did it for nothing. Cuss word. Of course, my mood wasn't very good after that. Of course, my friend was deceived by Monokuma and committed murder, and I myself died. And he himself died without receiving the minimum compensation for it. If you still feel okay, like this, that's even weirder. So Mikaru is probably pretty weird. I mean, she's probably feeling pretty okay. As if to prove it, I wasn't the only one like that. Mikaru is probably, like, really messed up. No, Mikako. But she has something she can hope for, right? She's got Hanzo she's reaching for. You guys came down here? You guys came down here expecting a real escape? Mikako probably wasn't. I'm sorry, there is no such thing. I said I was crazy. It would be crazy if I made a way out. There's no way out of here other than murder, so stop giving up. So just start giving up now. After somehow confirming that Monokuma had stopped, we were able to go down the secret staircase under the warehouse, so as not to miss the opportunity we had tried so hard to obtain. Or wanted something so hard to obtain. What was inside was a dead-end cell, a shabby iron cage, and there was no way out. To go even further, even Monokuma was resurrected, bringing us complete despair. Immediately after that, Kurokawa fell down, clutching her head. Even after we helped Kurokawa up and took her to her room, she couldn't say anything. Or we couldn't say anything because we just didn't feel like it. In the end, our relationship got worse and worse, not better. Just squirming. Even I, who vaguely thought that I could just work together with everyone, felt like I had reached my limit. Will I really be able to get out of here alive? Just don't get murdered, that's all it takes. The secret staircase, that was my only hope, was actually nothing. Moreover, the cruelty that Monokuma showed to Yuhara felt like it was driving us into even more of a corner. Someone knocking. It's a slow knock, though. So the people who would knock would be Kinjo, of course, Akane, Kobashikawa, or Kuukawa. I can't imagine it being Otori or Satsuki. But a lot of possibilities for this. Even after waking up, I was lying alone and thinking negative thoughts when the doorbell rang. You mean there's a knock? I guess they didn't have a sound asset for doorbells. Looked like someone came looking for me. And I'm not gonna hide like Akane. Who? It's Akane. Ah. Maeda-kun. Wait a minute, are you okay? Taira. Come in. Akane suddenly apologized and came to see how I was because I seemed to be late. Oh, I apologize. I came to see how you were because you seemed to be late. Yeah, because I was internally monologuing. Late? Yeah, yes. Did you oversleep? Everyone is already gathered at the restaurant. After hearing that, I looked at the clock in the private room, and before I knew it, the hour and minutes had passed. Wait. 7:30 had passed. Okay, I guess I couldn't hear the morning broadcast because of the nightmare. Oh, sorry, it's nothing special. I'm just not feeling well. That's right. Is Maeda sick, I guess? If you're tired, you can rest. That toe. 2? Who else is... Makako-chan said that she was sick today again, probably because of yesterday, so she would rest in her dorm room. Otori-kun and Kobashikawa-kun also said they would sleep more today. So it's just you, Satsuki, Kinjo, and Rei. Unless it's an emergency situation, such as a murder, there had been 1 or 2 people missing, but this is the first time that everyone had said that they would take a break like this all at once. After all, it was yesterday. Does it bother you? I see, it's okay. I just overslept. I'll leave right away. Thank you for your concern. It's no big deal. Then I'll be waiting for you at the restaurant. That's what I said to Taira, but I'm not motivated. Somewhere in my heart, a weak feeling keeps rising that I should give up everything and just stay here like this. This is not the time to talk weakly. You have to be strong, even if you have to force it. Taira must be having a hard time too, but she even forces a smile and goes around asking about her friend's well-being. I guess that's just Taira's own effort. But I can't just give up and say I don't know. Then let's go to the restaurant. Is there anybody? Oh, whoops. Hit insert. No one lurking in the hallway. Taking the long way around. I'm wondering, can you go like down inside? No. Okay. We don't have Rei lurking outside here, so she's inside. No, Rei is not here. Annyeong. It's like, hi. Maeda, you came. Annyeonghaseyo, Maeda. Inside the restaurant, Taira and Anami were having breakfast. But I soon realized something surprising. There. This is... What do you mean? What is it? It's breakfast time, it's just the 3 of us? Maeda came late too and was having a private date with Tyra? Huh? Okay, something about misinterpreting things. As I said before, everyone said they would take the day off today. Oh dear. I'm not saying such an obvious truth. This means that there are only this many people left in the restaurant that initially had over 10 people in it. Maeda-kun? I couldn't even remember what I had just said. When I came to my senses, I had already screamed and I read it later. I'm sorry I yelled out at you for no reason. Well, I don't care, just sit down and eat. One chair off. I don't know why I suddenly screamed. However, as the area around my chest throbbed, I felt unbearable anxiety and anxiousness, which are the same word, basically. Originally, Kurukawa, Kobashikawa, Otori were supposed to be here, but even if you include them, it's just a name. It's just 6 people. Of course, there are Kinzo and Mikaru who act separately. But even taking that into account, the number of people reduced to single digits puts more pressure on me than I expected, and I was so anxious that I couldn't bear it. You know how to see that, like, that comfort in numbers? It's like that meat shield. Hey, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to make you angry. Or I didn't mean to get angry. Oh, it's okay, I understand. We also... Tyra couldn't say anymore, but I was able to quickly understand what she was trying to say. It's not just me, everyone understands that before we know it, there are only our numerical aliases left. Before we knew it, there are only 8 people left. Almost down to half, right? 15 is what we start with. Is it because there are only 3 of us, or is it because of the uneasy and awkward atmosphere? After that, no sound other than the sound of dishes was heard in the restaurant. Everyone remained silent. It's so quiet. Maybe it's because the 3 of us are missing out? To be exact, there are 5 people, including Kinjo and Mikaru. That's right. So everybody but the 3 of us are missing out, that is. Static again. Among us, Tyra and Iranami. Iranami were the brightest of mood makers, but I was the only one who listened. No matter how much we try to make the atmosphere lively, the number of people is not enough. I tried to say something, but I couldn't think of anything to say, nor did I have the will to. But you tried. Doesn't that mean you had the will to? Since yesterday, it seemed like our situation was only getting worse. I don't like this kind of atmosphere. There is no one to take my drip. Is it better to call the kids, even if I have to force it? Who are you? Kinjo? What? No, what's the matter? What is it? Did you come here to eat? Kinjo said that and just started eating in silence. It might be unfounded, but he looks in a bad mood somewhere. Or just in a bad mood generally. Kinjo. Why? About Yuhara's work. I don't even want to mention the serial killer's name. I think so too. After hearing what Yuhara said yesterday, I wondered if my thoughts had changed a bit. If you have nothing to say, just eat quietly. Even though Kinjo came in, the atmosphere did not change. No, in fact, an awkward atmosphere that was even more difficult to talk about was formed. It seemed as if it represented us being pushed to the edge of a cliff. When does Monokuma just gonna pop up and tell us the new floor is open? That was tasted good. It's like I enjoyed the food. You already ate? I don't have much of an appetite. Kinjo-kun. Tyra? You want to eat a dessert? I'll make it for you. When you have an appetite. What kind of trick is this? Huh? Do you even know your position now? You're an attempted murderer. You actually have a record of stabbing someone. I thought I changed my mind because we couldn't even talk to each other for a few days. I told you, you won't end it. And you're acting like we're friends. It's disgusting. I don't know what that means, but whatever. Kinjo, you talk so harshly. I'm still treating you as would-be criminals, and I've decided not to care what you do. But it would be better to choose your own companions. This is a place where you never know when your life could run away. If you keep boasting about your past in such a situation, there might come a day when you get stabbed in the back. I'm sorry, I know I sinned. But I have a duty. I can never let the fact that you saved my life in exchange... I can never let the fact that Ayame saved my life in exchange for her life. Then you either survive on your own, or why are you pretending to be friendly with me? There's nothing to talk about with the criminal. In order to get out alive, in order for there to be no more victims, I'll do the same to everyone so everyone can feel a little bit better when they see me. If even one is depressed, we won't be able to go out together. It's my duty to go out together as brightly as possible and as close as possible. That's my duty to Ayame-chan. Tyra? As expected, Tyra is strong, unlike me, who tried to ruin things in real life by making excuses for my lack of will, such as saying that I had no motivation due to a decrease in the number of people. She was trying to move forward by doing what she could. If you're gonna do that, why don't show your face in front of me. I have more energy when I don't see you. No, I will do whatever I can do. I can until Kinjo-kun and everyone forgive me for what I did. Good luck with that. Turn around at the last minute. I think you know, but I'll tell you just in case. The school district, the 4th floor, has been opened. If you want to get out of this horrible, abnormal place, do a little more research. Tyra. Would it be better not to get involved with Kinjo? He treats even innocent kids like criminals. No. I believe that someday Kinjo-kun will also understand our feelings. Why are you saying that, Maeda? If I were Maeda-kun, I would actually try to become closer to Kinjo. So you're telling me do his free time events? Fine. When I heard that, my heart ached. Tyro is right. That would be the right mindset to get out of here. Is it because there is a part of me that's hesitant about staying with Kinjo and everyone that I feel pricked for no reason? The selfish side of me that wants to give up and despair because there is no hope in sight. I told you, Kinjo told you that the fourth floor is open. I've always started investigating there first. Okay then. But what about the kids resting in their rooms right now? Hopefully their rooms stay locked. Why don't we they won't get murdered because we're just at the beginning of a chapter. Why don't we investigate first and investigate again tomorrow morning? Okay then, let's all investigate individually and then meet again at the restaurant later and report on the investigation. Today's Mayada-kun is somehow strange. Huh? How? I don't know, but he's not like Mayada-kun. I couldn't give any answers to Tyra's words. The number of us started out as 15, and it gradually decreased to 8. The secret staircase that I thought was a clue to escape was useless, but I didn't even have the courage to commit murder to get out. And for some reason, I don't think I can find any clues even on the newly opened floor. Because the mastermind just will tell us exactly what he wants us to know. Or she wants us to know. The moment all hope was lost, I could no longer treat the other children as usual. Tyra is working hard like that, so what is a guy like me doing? He said it would be better to not... I said it would be better to not get involved with Kinjo. Cuss word. Even though I understood it in my head, my heart did not follow. Only anxiety remained in my heart. I tried to ignore that feeling of anxiety and decided to concentrate on investigating the floor. Okay, fourth floor. I think the bloody rooms in Trigger Happy Epic don't occur till the 5th floor? Is there a 5th floor? We'll see. 4th floor is probably not that interesting. No characters to talk to here. We're gonna see Tyra and Iranami only, right? Oh, we're gonna encounter Rei and Kinjo. We're definitely gonna find Rei. Okay, well, we'll talk to Akane first. Mayada-kun. This floor, isn't it strange? Well, it's yellow. Strange. I looked around for a moment, and it seems that in addition to the classroom and the restroom, there is an information processing room, academy director's office, and a teacher's office. But except for the classrooms and the teacher's office, everything is locked. Like Trigger Happy Havoc, right? We're gonna have to have Mikako get into these, so sneak into these somehow. Sure, there have been places that have been locked in newly opened places, but this is the first time that most of one floor has been locked like this. Right, like the door at the back of the library, which we still don't know where that goes. This is why we're investigating together, even though I haven't been to the teacher's office yet. There won't be anything either. There won't be any clues to escape. Mayada-kun. Even on the floors where there were so many classrooms, there was nothing. Even here, most of the classrooms were locked. The second and third floors. It's so wide and I can't see any hope. Why are you saying that? Mayada-kun would say that times like this may be difficult. But let's search harder, we might find something. I'm just going through my Spider-Man 2 phase, okay? I'm just saying what I thought. Of course, I'll have to look harder. Mayada-kun, what's wrong? Wouldn't it have been better to rest in your room? Today's Mayada-kun is so strange. Tyra said that while glaring at me scaringly. Have I become strange? Rather, the situation where all hope is lost is not strange. That's not true. I'll go check early. Okay, classroom. It's an ordinary blackboard, but it has strange graffiti written on it by someone. Among the countless white rats, there was a gutter rat. Black spot. In addition, it is graffiti with a few stickmen drawn on it. A clock. Confused about whether it's afternoon or morning, but just being able to tell the time is a bit better. Okay, these are probably not new dialogue. Speaker. Metal iron plate on the window. Speaker. Very old locker. Iron plate. Fire extinguisher. Empty trash can. Okay, that's it for that one. Okay, cannot examine the air conditioner apparently. Speaker. Speaker. Cannot examine the clock, be great. Cannot go because it's a silent wire mesh. Okay, it's classroom. Okay, Nori's in here. Cabinet. Iron plate. Clock. Speaker. Blackboard with graffiti. The Jade Emperor sent 2 of his subjects to the human world to manage them. So what happened to the human world? I don't know. What's the last bit? I got upset. Okay, they got upset. Is that it? What's the second sentence? It's a question, of course. So what happened to the human world? They got upset. Okay, so they sent subjects to the human world to manage them, and the human world got upset. Cannot examine the trash can, apparently. Yes, I can. Okay. Satsuki. Tapan, tapan, tapan. In the world, all the windows are lined with iron plates so persistently. That's right, it's better to give up the idea that the windows will be exposed. I mean, once it's the 4th floor, they start to become useless, right? But it would reveal what's going on outside. It's a red fire extinguisher. Cannot investigate the speaker, apparently. Ray. Ah, Makaru. As expected, you came to investigate too. Incompetent. Wait a moment. Look at me. Look at me. Makaru is calling me first. The sun will rise in the west tomorrow. Normally, it would be Makaru that would tell me to get out of the way the moment I came into view. Let's hear your opinion for a moment. nothing to do with it, but what kind of wind is blowing all of a sudden? Normally, and if I tried to talk to you, you would have told me to leave. Then go away. No, I didn't mean it to be strange, but I'm curious, so I'll listen to and find out what's going on. Well, I mean it's strange. Probably, not negative. Why do you talk to me? Of course, it's an erasure method. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so the first part is, let's try to section this out here. So it's, why do you talk to me? Okay, that's what it starts with. Or why do you say this? Of course, it's a method of elimination. Okay, and then the third part is... Okay, so that was hard to translate, but why do I talk to you? It's by process of elimination. I can't talk to Psychocop. And the rest are idiots. So you're the only one left. Does that mean I don't look like an idiot? I would like to add, this is in case you get some strange misunderstanding, but of course you are also an idiot and incompetent. It would be impossible to speak harshly to someone's face like this if it weren't for Mikaru. What? Yes, I will say that my image has improved a bit recently. In particular, yesterday's class trial was handled without any special advice from the police or myself. Huh? Could it be you just praised me? Why, are you dissatisfied? Of course, I am happy. It was a bit surprising. Why do you look at me like a heinous villainess? Have you forgotten my talent? I'm a super high school level professor. Even though I look like this, I am a teacher. Please acknowledge things that are truly praiseworthy. To be honest, until this moment, I saw you as a vicious and evil woman, and have to apologize from my heart. Really? Do not be mistaken. If I compare it to credits, or like rewards or whatever, there's an F. There's an F in that sentence. There's a D. Okay, what's going on here? It's like if you compare it to grades, you've been promoted from an F to a D, I think is what she's trying to say, but let me Google Translate this. Don't get me wrong, is how it starts, okay? Yeah, imagine if Mikaru actually was your teacher. She probably would teach something like philosophy. Or like politics. Okay. So then F-mon. D-O. If I were to compare it to a grade, I would give you a D when you always got an F, okay? So I was right. And then the last bit would be, if you look at it by my standards, that's how it is. Okay. I mean, that's relatively okay, but honestly, it was the worst thing that happened at the end. Saying, oh man, this entire conversation decides to be a real bummer here. Okay. Okay, the quotes are around relatively. Yesterday was relatively okay, but honestly, the fact that you threw a tantrum at the end saying you believe my testimony was really the worst, right? Something like that, I don't know. Is it unbecoming of Makaru to say something so bitter? Anyway, what's the reason you called me? Makaru always asks for other people's opinions. Usually the judgment ends right where you think. I know it well. Nevertheless, the reason I'm asking now is because there is a hypothesis that is so absurd that even I find it hard to believe. I really want to hear someone's opinion. Makaru suddenly becomes serious. What kind of hypothesis is it? So hard for even Makaru to believe. The music didn't change though, it just kind of recycled. If you are as incompetent as I know you are, you'll understand what I am saying. Do you remember the last statement Kinji Uhara made in the class trial yesterday? The children's lives were taken as collateral, and he had no choice but to kill them. To save them. Yes, it was definitely like that. But the cathedral children eventually... Kinji was fooled by Monokuma's trick. I wonder if Mikaru would think that Kurukawa's an idiot. That's interesting. Anyway. She would because she thinks she's an occult lady. The children had already turned into bodies again. The children were already dead bodies. If you look at this point, you might think that the children were already dead by the time he threatened Kinji Uhara, right? The priest said he even talked to the children directly. If that's the case, at least about a week ago, when we woke up at the school, that is, around the time when Kinji Uhara received the threat, this would mean that the children were alive until then. I understand it up to this point. Do you understand up to this point? Yes. What? If you didn't understand this much... No, I understood. What can I say? Makaru really is like a professor, so... I said I understood, but she seems like a... And she seems like a capable teacher. You're annoying. Anyway. I won't say anything, just go away. I'm sorry I was wrong. Let me keep listening to the story. I'm curious. This is why I don't talk to you. You keep saying nonsense that has nothing to do with the topic. I hate that the most. Anyway. Oh, it's like, that's right. You have to say, oh, Makaru's a really capable teacher. It's like, way to fail. Anyway, The kids must have been alive until about a week ago, right? That's right, because Yuhara said he spoke to them directly. But there's a problem here. You've probably seen the video of the children's corpses rolling around. Yes, it was so scary that I immediately looked away. The strange thing is that if the humans were alive at the time he threatened Yuhara, and in just a week or so, they had become corrupted to the point of revealing their bones. Ah. But did Yuhara say he spoke to the kids directly after he woke up? Or before? It's going to be one of those things where, yes. Because this is like my whole problem with Mikako is like her speech impediment existed before the time jump. Yuhara talked to the mastermind before the time jump? It was already started before the time jump? If I were to explain it to you, considering that your stupid brain doesn't understand, it'd make a considerable amount of time that the corpse decomposes to meet the white skeleton. Of course, there are maybe differences depending on room temperature, climate, terrain, and the state of microorganisms, but I can say this much. It makes no sense for a corpse to decay and turn into a white skeleton in like a few weeks. No, but that would be a contradiction. If Yuhara lied, there is also a method of recording various voice files in advance and playing them according to the situation. But since you cannot know what the priest said, it's only a guess. What is certain is that even if we assume that the children were dead when we received the notice of admission to Hope Peak Academy, it is unreasonable to be white bones, right? I heard that it would take at least a long time, but it was only a few weeks ago that we came to Hope Peak Academy. Did you watch the video of... Do we watch a video of different corpses? No, Yuhara recognized the children himself. What happened? I thought about that too. This is a ridiculous assumption came up, which is why I wanted to ask you your opinion. What is it? We may have already spent a long time at Hope Peak Academy. Okay, so Kinji Wei woke up before everybody else did and then went back to sleep. That could potentially be it. So he's like, it's intercepted in the middle. Maybe. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. No, I know my understanding is limited, but I really don't know. Isn't it? I understand. Actually, I don't understand it myself. In fact, there is one more basis for this assumption. That picture. You said you found a picture in the art room a few days ago when the floor had just opened. The photograph. That one. That photo was a group photo of us freshmen that we didn't even remember taking. In that photo, we were smiling so brightly that it felt as if this murderous school life was a lie. In that photo, if that photo is real, it may be that we have already been in the school for quite some time and just don't remember it. No way. I'm not overthinking just looking at a white bone corpse. That's not all. There's one more thing. This is the guide in the library. I don't know if you've seen it, but it says this. Hope's Peak Academy will be abolished. That notice that says that? It's strange. Just a few weeks ago, we went to the entrance ceremony, and we didn't even hear that the school was being closed. There was even an entrance ceremony placard hanging at the school gate. This too. If you don't remember the time we spent at the school, then you're right. No, it can't be. Why can't we remember such an important fact in the first place? It's not just one person, it's all of us. If there is a possibility, Monokuma, the mastermind, erased our memories. It wouldn't make sense. Our memories have been removed by the mastermind? I know this is nonsense, but why? That's why I'm asking your opinion. If you think about it that way, it seems like they are connected. It's not certain yet, and I think it's a bit too much of an exaggeration. The notice may have been forged by Monokuma, and it is not impossible to create the photo with today's technology. In the case of the corpse, it may have been manipulated to accelerate decay. But why would he want Mekaru to think this thing, though? That's why I'm only assuming, seriously, the probability of this hypothesis being correct is infinitely low. Anyway, after talking about it as if I was confiding it to someone else, I feel like things are a little more organized. Even incompetent is quite helpful. I'll take that as a compliment. Let's put the baseless hypothesis on hold for now. Apart from that, there is one more thing I want to ask you. I feel like I've been talking to Mekaru longer than everything I've talked to since I was locked up in the school. So what do you want to ask? Kurukawa Mikako, the exorcist woman. Who is she really? What kind of person is she? Kurukawa. Well, I guess I haven't talked to her much either. She just doesn't talk much. She's often blank and there's nothing special about her. If we assume there's a mastermind among us, she is the most likely one. Kurukawa's the mastermind? She's not. But she's more related than the other characters. Before that, I think there's... Hold on a minute. Sorry, I'm back. Hold on. Nah, I'll leave it. So, before that, I think there is Do you think there is a mastermind among us? I think it's highly likely that that is the case, because the mastermind... Because if the mastermind is mixed among us, it's easier for them to move the board as they please. But the mastermind appears before us through Monokuma. even if it's a controllable ball, Monokuma also appears when all of us are gathered together. And she's gonna say, well, maybe Mikako doesn't talk at the same time as Monokuma ever. And she just pretends to not talk ever, so that it's not unusual when she doesn't talk when Monokuma's there. Is that what she's saying? And I doubt it. What? Oh, AI can be manipulated without detection. But the important thing is that Kurukawa Mikako may have some kind of relationship with the mastermind. Kurukawa, why? When Monokuma stopped yesterday, there were more than one or two things that seemed suspicious. Like the hypothesis I mentioned earlier, it's just a rumor. It's a suspicion, but solid. But I'm so incompetent that I can't get much helpful information. That's enough. I've been talking to you for so long that I'm getting dizzy. You gave me so much confusing information, and now that's it. I can't seem to sleep thinking about what Makaru told me. I think to myself, the story about Zener is over. So it won't be 100 million years before we talk like this again. What? That's too long. The universe will start over. Well, let's investigate the... Makaru, you're investigating the 4th floor or something like that? Now that this business is over, don't talk to me. The next time I have business, I'll call you again. Well, this is why I don't know if the handling is better or worse than before. Still, the stories Makaru told us were things we needed to think a bit deeply about at some point. Okay. The store is locked. This is a place locked you can't go in. It's the Academy Director's office. So it seems like an important place. Is this the garden? All the decorated indoor trees are not alive and look like models. I got 1 medal. Yuki, are you in here to investigate as well? Or Kinjo, are you here to investigate as well? Kinjo? What's going on? You don't seem to be in a good mood today. Looks to be the same for you, Maeda. Ick. Kinjo is right. Ever since the class trial ended yesterday, my mood has been at its worst. The worst feeling. Feeling no hope. It's no big deal. Something like that happened to me, so I guess someone... Would someone feel good? I think the reasons why we're in a bad mood, and Kinjo's in a bad mood, are different. At least you don't feel anything about Yuhara being tricked from Monokuma and executed in despair. I'm completely out of character. Kinjo? Yes, as you say, no matter what the reason, there is no room for sympathy at all for the murderer. There has to be none. Maeda. Am I wrong? Eh? Before I came to this school, I've always lived with the belief that my thoughts were right. Here too, I made many unfair and painful choices to protect you. But am I wrong? As you said, was what I did no different from what he did? Why are you suddenly like that? I was momentarily taken aback by Kinjo's sudden change of heart, but soon I realized that Kinjo was in a bad mood. It's strange, Kinjo. My logic is no different from yours, so why are you so upset? I'm abandoning the minority for the majority. Isn't that what you said? I just sacrifice my life and prioritize the lives of the children of the cathedral who are close to me. 100 children of the cathedral. Of course, that doesn't mean it's acceptable for me to commit murder. But also said the same thing and exposed Mikaru and Tomori and me to danger. But you also said the same thing. Don't you need to reflect on your thoughts at least once, Kinjo? I tried my best to change the water, split the water, and even do childish things. In the end, my name has already passed away. I couldn't protect anyone. Oh, in the end, 7 people have already passed away. I couldn't protect anyone. In the end, it was just a meaningless struggle. I will be murdered too? Oh, I was a murderer too. Kinjo? Why am I telling you this? To you who might be a prospective criminal? I thought I should say something to Kinjo, who unexpectedly showed himself weak for the first time, but strangely, tried to speak, my mouth did not move. What should I say? You don't have to feel responsible alone, let's work together. It's not too late, so let's stop doubting and investigate together again. What I wanted to say was already organized in my head, but it couldn't leave my mouth. Let's all work hard to get together. What should I do? There's really no hope, so what can we do together? With Kinjo wandering in front of me, such despairing thoughts came to mind, and in the end I couldn't say anything and just lowered my head. It's okay. Please let me forget about this. As always, I only strengthen my beliefs. Why don't you be sure too? Everyone might commit murder at some point, and you are no exception. If you are going to definitely turn against me like the other kids, then so be it. I don't want to be particularly hostile towards you. I don't know how to deal. Slowly and clearly draw a line because I like it better that way. I should have said something. What happened to me? Teacher's room. Desks, it looks like something a teacher would use. There are miscellaneous documents and a computer. Of course, the computer wasn't turned on. Well, let's get my tokens. There's a wall mount. TV, that is. I tried pressing the switch, but there was no response. Yes, it seems there is something. It's a desk that looks like something a teacher would use. There are miscellaneous documents and a computer. Of course, the computer won't turn on. What, do I have to, like, go at it this way? Oh, there's something here. I found a photo in a clear file on a desk in the teacher's office. I took it out, wondering what kind of photo it was. I would say that was, that's Kinzaragi Hanzo, but I thought Kinzaragi had yellow hair, not blue hair. Huh. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. I'm projecting that, like, thumbnail from the Zephyrin build onto it. I don't think... The only picture we have of him actually from the game so far is in grayscale, so yeah, I guess he could have blue hair. Who? The person pictured in the picture is a tall, handsome man with clear facial features. But I couldn't even guess who it was. It looks like I've seen it somewhere. But who is it? Kinjo. Wait a minute, come here. What is it? Did you discover something? Do you know who this is? Where did you find it? It was just sandwiched between the files here. There was a picture of someone, but I wasn't sure who it was. I also don't know who this is, but it looks similar. Similar? I saw you in the science room. What you saw in the science room. Hope Speak Academy graduation album. Ah. For some reason, I felt like I had seen it somewhere before, but after listening to Kinjo, I knew for sure. The owner of the graduation album found on the 3rd floor a few days ago, when it was opened. Hanzo Kisaragi, the man in this photo, had very similar appearances. Is this person Hanzo Kisaragi? No, even though it looks similar, he is a different person. From the beginning, I already said that Hanzo Kisaragi would be an old man. Isn't this photo of just when he was young? There's a high possibility that that is not the case. The condition of the photo is too clean for it to have been taken so many decades ago. Well, he doesn't age, right? So, well, I mean, the game has explicitly told me that it is Kinzaragi Hanzo. He is the person who does not age. He is the person who does not age, and we know it's Kisaragi Hango. Kisaragi Hanzo. But I'm pretty sure they're the same person. In this case, I think the only thing I can think of is their blood relatives. Huh, sure. Something related to Kisaragi Hanzo, was discovered again. As expected, there is something about that person. But as you know, I don't know his identity. But why doesn't this person in this picture look like someone I've seen for the first time? Kinjo? It's nothing. Well done, Maeda, but you seem to have a knack. You seem to have a knack for discovering things. What? Anyway, I'll have to show it to the other kids and ask for their opinions. Maeda, wait. Yes? Why? Please keep your mouth shut to the other guys about that photo. And can I keep that photo for a while? I found some information that might be there, so I'm telling you... And you're telling me to stay still? That might be useful. So you're telling me to stay still? Or to sit on it? I'm sorry, but please do it. Even though the others don't know, especially Kurokawa. Something about making sure the others don't know. Especially Kurokawa. I'll make sure I never reveal it. Kurokawa? Kinjo is also suspicious of Kurokawa? A few days ago, when we were all together to report on the 3rd floor investigation, When Maeda mentioned Hanzo Kisaragi's name, that woman reacted clearly. It's Hanzo Kisaragi who may hold the key to this current situation. I don't think it's suspicious. He does think it. Don't you think it's suspicious for her to react alone like that? I'm sorry, please cooperate. I hope we can all escape together, but I don't want to be with a guy who might be connected to the mastermind. I'll leave the photos to you. In the end, I was so overwhelmed by Kinjo's momentum that I couldn't refute anything, and even gave him the photo. Oh. Everyone, including Mikaro, is suspicious of Kurokawa. How should I act? It's unlikely she's gonna die. This is like anti-death flags. This is like green flags. Everyone's suspicious of you. I completely forgot what I told you to be sure about. I completely forgot Maeda. Putting that aside, I do have some research to do. Kinjo kept rummaging through his desk, so I spoke to him to see if he found anything. But it's on the speech level. Speech level. Yes. If we get out of this terrible place, our relationship can be restored again. Speaking of which, I discovered something. You were staring at something for... Have you discovered something? You were staring at something for a while right now. It's weird. Strange? Namona. It's so strange. Maybe this... What's strange? It's just an ordinary teacher's office. Come to think of it, Kinjo said the same thing in the library a few days ago when the floor opened. Because of the age. It's the same as the library. What's so strange about it? I'd like to tell you to investigate on your own, but since there's no reason to hide it, I'll let you know. Look at the documents stuck here. Kinjo said that and started rummaging through the files and papers on the desk that seemed to be used by a teacher. They were paper-sized A4 documents and several thick books on the desk. Look with your own eyes and see what is there. Smartphone electrical recognition theory establishment method. Electromagnetic railgun operation confirmation patent certificate. A look at elementary particles. Introduction to advanced physics. Report on findings on humanoid eating. Problems based on the magnetic field and heat recognition system. Such nonsense. I felt out of place. All the books on the shelf gave me a strange sense of discomfort. Now you know what's strange? Why are there books like this at school? It's more like a development room or laboratory than a school. You might think it's just one or two books, but all the books in the library, including the teacher's office, are of that type. Island library map? Well, I mean, you know, you'd expect. These are supers, right? The library as well? Maeda. Even if you do not like the books, you wouldn't know if you've read all of something about the book. It's even weirder to read all of that. Then what happened? I don't know. Why did Host Week Academy dispose of all the regular books? Or isn't this actually a school? No way. This is Hope Week Academy, and it was proven by the brochure Makaru brought with her on the first day. That's right. But won't you have these doubts for no reason? There must be something. For now, I've researched up to this point. I'm thinking of researching the floor a little more. Even though the only open place is the teacher's office. I understand, Kinjo. Can I tell the other kids about this now? No, don't tell them. Eh? This is gonna blow up. For a moment I was embarrassed because I didn't know that Kinjo would reject me. No matter how overbearing Kinjo was, he wouldn't have been reluctant to pass on information through me. It's because there's a guy among us who's suspicious. Mikako Kurokawa. That woman is suspicious, so if you don't reveal any information to her as much as possible. What did Kurokawa do? What has she done? Anyway, just know that. Kinjo? It's over now. And now I feel like investigating on my own. Don't talk to me anymore. I have something to think about. Kinjo said so and began to investigate alone in silence. Somehow I feel like a lot of things started to change after Yuhara's class trial. Same with Kinjo, and me too. I think I've looked around all the newly opened places. I decided to move to the dormitory first. Kabashikawa. Kabashikawa! What are you doing? Maeda. I almost lost my mind. You said you'd sleep more today. Are you okay now? What? Otori also woke up. I'm eating breakfast inside now. I'm going to eat it now too. Are you gonna... But basically probably like, are you going to eat now too? Obviously I. Okay, while you guys were sleeping, we went to check out the newly opened floor. Now that you're awake, listen to the investigation report. 4th floor? I understand. Let's go. Now, is he going to tell them the stuff he's not supposed to tell them or not? A little while after we entered the restaurant, Taira and Iranami returned and we began our investigation report. Well then, let's talk about what we discovered in each layer. Kinjo and Kurokawa, who were originally in charge of advancing the story, were both gone. Oh. So, I unintentionally took over the proceedings. Something is quite awkward. Taira is looking very angry and staring at me. I'm sorry for something. Originally, we should have been investigating together. But there wasn't much to investigate, so we could all do it together. What? Is it like that? Yes, the floor is quite spacious and has many classrooms. First of all, there was a general classroom, a teacher's office, the information processing room, and the academy president's ballroom, or just office. However, except for the general classrooms and the teacher's office, everything was locked. What? Could it be that you found something in the regular classrooms and teacher's office? Not at all. Eh? No, first of all, Satsuki-chan and I checked the window like we always do. As expected, the iron plates didn't budge. If you say that the classroom is harvest-free, as always, what about the teacher's office look like? Well, Let me try to retranslate that, because the original Google Translate rendering is quite disturbing. Well, something about I'm good in the teacher's office. I couldn't go in properly because Kinjo-kun was inside investigating the whole time. So Tyra and I were just looking around to see if there was anything in the hallway. Of course, I didn't find anything in the hallway either. There's no need to additionally check in and just drop such a piece of lack of nothing news. Speaking of which, it looks like Maeda-kun was thoroughly searching the teacher's office. So, won't you tell me what you found? Maeda-kun. What is it? You two were in a strange mood and had a fight? It's not like that in particular. So, Maeda, what was it like, the teacher's office? The teacher's office? I tried to open my mouth as usual, but didn't stop for a moment. I'm sure I found something. It's not a big deal, but during my conversation with Kinjo, I felt a sense of discomfort about the books and library and teacher's office and suspicions about the school facilities. And crucially, a photo of someone who resembles Hanzo Kisaragi. Maeda? But I was told by Kinjo not to tell my friends about this. To be precise, I was told not to tell Kurokawa. Kurokawa isn't here right now, so I guess it's okay to tell him? Say it! I'm not gonna choose don't say it, I'm gonna choose say it. It's like a easy choice. Even if you hide what you investigated, it would be better to just say it. I thought, but contrary to what I thought, my mouth only closed tighter. Why? Oh, the choice not matter? Strangely enough, it stuck in my mind that there might be the mastermind among us. The hypothesis. I don't think it's easy to say. Say it! Even if you hide what you investigated, it would be better to just say it. Wouldn't it be better to just say it? I thought, but contrary to what I thought, my mouth only closed tighter. Why? If this were like a Steam game, there would be an achievement for just spamming say over and over again. Well, I understand the game design now. Like, this is pretty clever. If you do something like this, where you have to pick the bottom one and the first one just loops, it means that the game designer correctly guessed that the player would definitely make you want to choose the looping choice. Fine then. It's a good psychological trick. Crush me, game developer. Crush me, Linju. Make me choose my main character be stupid. It's not a clue related to escape anyway, so saying this will only create confusion. Excuses! I secretly consoled myself and decided to keep my mouth shut. Sorry, I couldn't find anything special either. So the investigation on that floor was fruitless? Lies! Huh? You really didn't find anything? You were talking so hard, and you were talking so hard with Kinjo? You saw? Is what basically it says. What did you see, and what did you talk about with Kinjo? And that's not all. I talked to Mekaru for a long... You talked to Mekaru for a long time in the hallway. You seem really surprised by something, but why don't you say that? You seemed really surprised by something, but why don't you say that? Maeda-kun, why are you like this today? Do you not want to leave here? Of course I want to get out of here. I don't want to stay in this horrible place even for a moment longer. I've gotten into that protagonist situation where I am caught in the middle. But how can I get out of here when I can't even see a clue about how to escape? Now, why are you so aggressive? Calm down and let's get along like usual. This isn't about that. Maeda-kun, Komashikawa-kun, Otori-kun, the same goes for you too. I broke my promise to have breakfast. You broke my promise. You broke our promise to have breakfast together and ended up sleeping more on your own. No, I just felt sleepy. Now this is a very realistic, like, character thing where you're mad about something in particular and then it, like, bleeds over and you get mad at everybody else for everything they do. Right? I know people that are like this, where, like, their anger cannot stay focused. It just, they just get mad. If they're mad at one thing, they just get mad at everything. Yesterday, I know the impact of the class trial without any dreams or hopes. But if you sit down here, you won't be able to go to school for the rest of your life. Or if you stay here forever, you won't be able to go to school for the rest of your life. I'm a person who wants to research hard, but my ability can't keep up, so I end up doing nothing. But not you. You can achieve results several times higher than mine. Even if there is no hope in sight, you should work hard enough to overcome it. It's no use. What should I do? Maeda-kun, what are you saying now? No matter what we do, Monokuma blocks everything. Even the glimmer of hope we barely found is not left alone. That guy is really planning on keeping us here forever. I think he could seriously... Huh. Hold on here. Whoops. I need to add some spaces. Okay. Do you guys really think you can run away from such a silly guy, basically? Something like that? Even murder, which is the only way to get out of here according to the rules, is layered with traps. Look at Yuhara's case. How do I overcome this despair? Why am I saying this? I did not mean to say this. Maeda, why? Why are you saying that? Of course, because the despair is so great. We have to work even harder to get out of here. Let's cheer up together. What is the point of trying when there is so much despair? There is no use trying hard. It's nonsense to say that we are producing flats here. There are people waiting for us to go back. It might not be so bad to live here for the rest of my life. Now I can't remember where I have to go or the people who are waiting for me. Maeda? Ick. Ready to get smacked? For a moment I thought I was going to get slapped because Kyra raised her hand, but as time passed, the pain I expected did not come. When I opened my tightly closed eyes, Tyra's trembling as her hand was about to hit me stopped in the air. Maeda-kun. Hunting. I didn't want to hear those words from Maeda-kun. I thought that even if everyone was in despair, Maeda-kun would not lose hope. Yeah, everyone has to have their Spider-Man 2. I don't know anything like you anymore. It's something like, I don't like you anymore, I don't know you anymore, something like that. No one could open their mouths. I didn't have time to worry about others. The only thing ringing in my ears was Tyra's disappointment in me. I was trash. It's not enough to say strange things and make Tyra angry. Even after coming to this point, I don't regret the words I said. It was proof that I was trash. What the heck, Maeda? Don't be too discouraged, because I feel the same way as you. It's like, the bros got me. Even if I draw, it's the same. Even after yesterday, I feel hopeless. So now I want to give up. I understand very well. Stupid men. What? You are all idiots. You are all idiots in the world. Maeda, just know this. Hope is not something you find. It's something you create. I'm becoming plot relevant. In the end, our relationship became more and more ambiguous, and the worst investigation report came to an end. I had no choice but to spend my days locked in my room, not even knowing if I was conscious or not. And then one day, someone walked in the middle of the night, and was gonna stab me. Afternoon. Monokuma. Okay. Evening broadcast. Morning broadcast. Or just one day. Is it morning? Morning? Is it morning? In the end, yesterday I just lay down and did nothing all day. Strangely enough, I felt no strength at all. I did nothing and thought about what I had to do again. Hope is not something you find, it's something you create. Do I have the ability to create hope? Well, that's what you do at the end of the final trial, I presume. You just have a truth bullet called hope and you shoot it. And that somehow does something. First, let's go have breakfast. If I don't even keep even that, I think I'll become a really useless person. Morning. Who do we see in the middle? No one? Just walk in, it's just Kinjo. It's just Kinjo by himself. No, Ray, please come and save me, Ray. No, just those people. There she is. She's there. Breakfast time as usual. Even Kurukawa, who had not been seen all day yesterday due to illness, attended, but the atmosphere was the worst so far. Taira. Among them, the one that bothers me the most is Taira. I never thought I would hear those words from Taira. I can't even think of what to say now. I don't want to hear those words from Maeda-kun. Even if everyone despairs, I thought Maeda-kun would not lose hope. Did Taira trust me that much? But I'm a very ordinary high school student, different from everyone. I'm not as great as Taira thinks. How can I overcome despair in this situation? I enjoyed it. I'll go investigate. It's this thing you kind of just, you say, like, it's like that, I forgot how you say it already. So she's, thing you say after you're done eating all the time in Japanese. Even though it's written in Korean. That Taira. Maeda. Yes? What happened? What happened yesterday? Everyone is hurt. Nothing special. It's no big deal, you idiot. It's like, when everybody else just is chewing my butt, eventually Kurukawa comes to save me. Which is, like, you could, like, expect, like, she's gonna rise into, like, the waifu, essentially, I presume, I'm guessing. That's where things seem to be heading. You guys are beyond rescue, so Taira and I will do our best to even take on the fools. It's like, you did something. You did something. Maeda didn't do anything wrong. There are some things that can't be helped about the situation itself. I guess I can't help but be positive, as I am an Indian from Maeda Island. What? What in the world? You can't always be positive, right? Kurukawa says, yesterday, something happened? Oh, Tori and I weren't in the room yesterday morning, so I'm not sure. After the class trial was over, a new floor was opened, and while we were investigating there, I guess something happened. While they were investigating there, the fourth floor opened, and while they were investigating there, I guess something happened. Taira said that Maeda had noticed something, but he didn't tell us, so the atmosphere got a little rough. But after that, Maeda must have been a little upset and said something about how there was no hope. It seems like Tyra was very disappointed, perhaps because it was Maeda who never showed signs of leaping forward. So this is what happened. But honestly, it's not Maeda's fault, right? There isn't much open space on the 4th floor. I can't see any way to escape. Honestly, I would rather live here for the rest of my life than go through something like this where people are trying to kill each other just to get out. I feel that way a little bit too. Here we go. It's like so tantalizing. You say so little things, like when you do say something, it's like, what's she gonna say? You can't do that. Kurukawa? Really? Being consumed by despair, right? I should recognize that Charmong. You can't do that. Is she going to come out with it? She's going to say, this is exactly what the mastermind desires of you. You cannot beat the mastermind by doing this. Living here forever. Do you know how sad that is? I think she's saying. Let me check. Do you know how scary it is? Did you suddenly fall apart? And you shouldn't give up? It's just like, and you shouldn't give up. It's like he's got hypnotized by her. Even I understand it in my head, but there is nothing I can do about it. Okay, we've got angsty face. Man, she has so many new sprite layers, new sprites. So many, the mini sprites. I'll do anything. I will do anything for you. Kurukawa? Are you okay? Are you not feeling better yet? That's right. She suddenly fainted in the passage under the secret staircase. After all, she should get some rest. It is nothing, don't worry. You guys, please continue the investigation. Kurukawa Mikako. Kinjo and Mikaru, the most cool-headed, and quick-witted among us, are all suspicious of her. In fact, you can tell just by looking at her that she is not an ordinary girl. It is true that sometimes she says or does things that are truly questionable. Kurukawa is there some secret? Continue the investigation. Is there any reason to investigate further? There's no way we can find something that even Kinjo and Mikaru can't find. Oh, I'm the protagonist. I can find you all kinds of stuff. And Kurokawa can find all kinds of stuff, apparently. A despair that cannot be even seen even an inch in front of you. It's a despair that makes it so you can't even see an inch in front of you. Is there really any hope of escaping this despair? Hope of escaping, hope of hope, hopeception? Still, let's do some research. Possibilities are infinitely low, but if you do anything... Motive? I hope you are all staying healthy. It's no different. I've prepared a prize gift for those of you who have been a bit gloomy these days. Please gather all alive students in front of the I guess, teacher room or director's office or something like that, or ballroom on the 4th floor. Ballroom. It's really an amazing gift, so come. I guess we're getting a motive already. What is Monokuma planning? Plot advancement, Otori! Damn. Why don't you just leave me alone for a moment? We gotta move the plot along. So we gotta retract. Monokuma's gotta take away a little bit of despair so that the characters keep doing things, just to prep them and set them up for an even greater despair later. Utility of despair. Optimization. Paying forward. While it is difficult to find even a ray of hope. Once despair ignites, it begins to spread at a frightening speed. It is painful to have to follow Monokuma's orders helplessly, even though I felt it so painfully. Oh, I missed that locker. Looks like everyone has gathered! What are you planning this time? Oh, Monokuma Kung Fu! Kung Kung. Something like that. No, what kind of evildoer is this bear? Do you see me as a evil hero? And apparently he's a Hanja here, if you understand this way better. If you, like, understood, like, this trope they're referring to, but I don't. This Korean culture thing. Who knows what your tricks are? You're planning to do something strange again and bring us despair? Yes! No, actually, the opposite this time. It seems like you guys are all down after the last class trials. They've prepared a gift to cheer you up. To fatten you up for the slaughter. What kind of gift is it? Well, for you, it'll just be more porn. That's right. You will know once you come in. Come? Is he just gonna show... Well... Okay, so the director's office in the original was like the security stuff and the stuff that controls Monokuma. That did not show up until chapter 5, right? This is, it was in an investigation chapter 5. What we showed this already and just like this, ooh dear. The ballroom has opened. Oh, this is the ballroom, not the director's office. I keep forgetting about the ballroom's very existence. It was obviously locked. What can I do? I smell something strange. If we don't follow orders, you will kill us for disobeying orders. Those who want to die for no reason should take care of it. Whatever that means. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I have no choice but to follow. I don't think I'll be surprised anymore if something comes out. Remember, you shouldn't fear for your life. In this game, Monokuma has not directly killed somebody. Who has not killed somebody. So as long as you didn't kill anybody, you're good. In this game. I don't see anything. Wow, it's amazing. This looks like any other room made in RPG Maker 2000. I wonder if you're a little surprised. This is the ballroom dance hall that our Hope Street Academy is proud of. for the super high school level dancers. So why on earth is there a place like this at school? So we can matchmake the super high school level students. It's eugenics. So what are you going to order us to do here? Dance! You're on the borderline. I told you this time it's really a gift for you. You guys are really low these days. You all have rotten eyes. Only then will there be a murder case. What? What? Oh, I was wondering if you guys would cheer me up. I've decided to have a Densa party. Spelled out in Hangul, but it's like pronounced that way. Densa party. More like dense party than dance party, but whatever. A dense party? A dense party? What even is that? What is that exactly? Why would I want to do that? It's literally a dance party! You guys should dance happily from now on. Why do we have to do that? Why? Are you telling me to just hang out? Well, there's a lot of delicious food there, too. Delicious food? Don't fall for it. He's definitely got some ulterior motive. I really don't have any ulterior motives this time. Well, let's do this. I'll write a memorandum. Memorandum? What is this word? Let's wait. What? After saying that, Monokuma took out a piece of paper and started writing down something. Oh, what about it? Something like that. Monokuma is truly hoping that students will perk up, and this party is part of that. We promise not to take any action until the students perk up. So, the key is just don't perk up. Then you won't get a motive or something like that. Is it okay to go off like this? Trust this? I can't see the seal of the Academy's director here. Since this is stamped, I have no choice but to follow the rules. Oh, I can see it. Okay. Even if it means putting my pride on the line. Is Mikaru just gonna dance? Just like strictly following the school rules written in the electronic student handbook? I don't know what this has to do with this, but I can say that, well, I would presume the mastermind themselves would like to dance, but, I mean, they're not going to show themselves in front of the kids, right? Whatever you like. I'll tell you a little lie. What? Mikaru? It looks like they want to make us join the party no matter what happens. But it's obvious that if we try to leave, they'll force us to do it anyway. Or he'll. It's kind of a they, though. There's no way to escape, and I don't want to drag on, so I have no choice but to do it. I'll even write a memorandum, so let's do it. Or he even wrote a memorandum, so let's do it. Mikaru just wants to dance like crazy. Can we trust Monokuma so easily? Mikaru is correct. Moreover, it is a memorandum that complies with the school rules. I don't know what he's thinking. Let us follow for now. Without even knowing Monokuma's true intentions, we all ended up joining the party, whatever that means. I think this is roughly enough. In the mirror, I saw myself standing awkwardly in an awkward suit. As Monokuma ordered, everyone decided to change into their party clothes first. Are you actually going to do sprites for this? At the back of the dance hall, there were dozens of private locker rooms with a variety of clothes, and we each went in, changed, and came out. It looks suspicious no matter how you look at it, but can it really be like this? You can believe it because Monokuma even wrote a memorandum and stamped it? Huh? Is it okay to naively say that? Even though I tell them to just have... he tells us to just have fun, I am not in the mood to play or play. Since we're all dressed for now, let's join the other kids. There's no point in worrying about it alone. Okay, we get new chibis at least. At least for, well, we just get a new chibi for Yuki. I guess I got changed the fastest. It looks like there's no one outside yet. Well, did you tie your tie right? It's late, everyone. Someone gets murdered already. Why'd you pick that one? Tyra? Tyra was not wearing her maid uniform she wore every day, but a sleek black dress that emphasized her adultness. In addition, she let down her hair and put on more makeup than usual, making the already pretty Tyra stand out even more. What are you, Tyra? What are you doing? Don't look at me so intently. I'm not used to clothes like this. Sorry, it suits you so well. Tyra didn't open her mouth any further. Or did you mean her mouth was just that far open? Come to think of it, there has been a cold war with Tyra for a few days, and it looks like the anger hasn't resolved yet. Afterwards, the children changed their clothes one by one and gathered in the dance hall. Still has a hair spike. Teruya. Are Maeda and Tyra already out? They both suit each other well. They are both great. Otori, why are you so... Okay, this is a fun one. This is literally spelled out in Hangul. Like, phonetically. High tension. Which are, if you're familiar with something like Japanese, it's like the most famous English thing. Like, phrase borrowed from English in Japan that is used wrongly. It just means energetic. But like, if you didn't know that and you were a native English speaker, high tension would imply your best interpretation of it would be stressed out, not energetic. The clothes in the dressing room set my heart on fire. I was so excited to look around and try on all the different clothes. Oh, it is. I am a merchant, but this is I am most interested in fashion. Is that right? I think this is just fan service. There's no plot in this. Okay, you look a lot different without goggles and a hat. Kabashikawa was there. I thought his outfit looked cool, so I wore it. It actually looks stupid. It's not okay. He looks like the prince from a play. Is that not... Tyra. Something like... What am I doing? Something like, aren't your clothes tight? It's so shiny, and it's cheap. Oh, it's too shiny. Oh. It's like, aren't these clothes tight? Or aren't these clothes something like that? And then her response with, it's too shiny and too cheap, right? Or it's so shiny it's cheap, whatever. Why are you ignoring my impressions? What? Kinjo is not happy. Kinjo. Even though Kinjo was dressed up well, he still looked angry. He passes us by without saying a word and goes to a corner alone. None of us could stop Kinjo. Mikaru? It doesn't really suit, whatever. It doesn't suit the character design well at all, because it's like, red on the red. Don't talk to me. The sight of Mikaru in a bright red dress was truly jaw-dropping. The usual long-sleeve skirt with high defensive power was nowhere to be seen, and a dress that exposed her shoulders and emphasized her cleavage looked mesmerizing. What the heck? Ah! Ray's like, what are you doing with those goofy expressions? If you're having a party, you have to do it right. Mikaru said that and walked past us. In contrast to Kinzo, she looked somewhat excited. Kurokata, what, heck, it suits you well. Maeda, yes? Kurokata came up to me and whispered softly so that I could hear her. Yes, Kurokata has to be plot relevant. What is Monokuma planning? I don't know, but the Mastermind just wanted to see you all in these outfits because he was... Maybe it's a he. Is he taking advantage? I don't know. Is he taking advantage of this crisis? Do you get it? Oh. Using it? Excuse me? Kurokawa just said that and stood still and kept her mouth shut. I don't know anything. What should I do? Where are we now? Wait. We don't have Uranami. Why is she so late? Satsuki-chan. What happened? At that moment, we were all nervous. That's right, no matter if you're in a party or anything else, you're basically in a dangerous situation where each other's lives could be threatened. There hasn't been an actual motive out yet. We haven't seen, so it's unlikely that the murder happens like now. We haven't had any free time events yet. It was even more strange that nothing happened while Monokuma was doing something so suspicious. Hold on, I gotta check on something. Okay, I'm back. It was even more strange that nothing happened while Monokuma was doing something so suspicious. Tyra. Let's look for her. Is that okay? It won't be a big deal, don't worry about it. It's not even a day or two. Huh? I couldn't shake off the feeling of anxiety, but for now I had no choice but to wait for Kuwakawa and Taira, who had gone to look for Iranami. After a few minutes... Kuwakawa, Taira, what happened to Iranami? Suddenly both of them seemed startled and were out of breath. At that sight, the anxiety in my heart began to grow even more. Why are you drawn? It would be better to see in person. What do you mean? I don't see anything off. Yeah, Satsuki, I changed my clothes. So? For a moment, everyone was silent. It's not less absurd than some of the other outfits, like Kurukawa. I was seriously thinking about who the girl in front of me was until she spoke up. Iranami? What's wrong? Maeda? Satsuki? Katsatsuki? Who is it? The usual clown outfit and red nose were nowhere to be seen, and Iranami, with her hair neatly tied to one side, and dressed up in a dress, looked even more beautiful due to the gap with her original appearance. K? No, it's Ka. Ko. 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 Kok. Ko. 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 Why did you suddenly... is that a good translation of that? So the first like interjection is real, okay, and then it's kabachin, and then why'd you suddenly freeze? There we go. Google Translate didn't do it like freeze. It originally translated as stiffen for some reason. Maybe a little bit more risque than the writer originally intended. The unconventional transformation is amazing, but let me start with... Why are you so late? We were worried. Satsuki-chan doesn't know how to dress at all. We were there to help as she was in a daze because she didn't even know what kind of clothes to wear, let alone how to wear them. I'm just trying to Google Translate this. Because she moves non-stop, it was hard. But this outfit is so uncomfortable. Can't I just not wear it? Monokuma. No, you have to wear it. Because I'm a creep. If you're having a Monokuma party, shouldn't you wear matching clothes? I hate these clothes. You finally appeared. Where'd your glasses go? Are we gonna have a plot where, like, she can't see because she doesn't have her glasses and it's gonna matter? I changed everything like you said. What should I do now? What should you do? Why are you so nervous? All you have to do is have fun. I won't do anything. Even if you suddenly say that, it's a dance party. Dance is one of the basics of partying. Don't stay still. Why don't you move your body first? Well, you guys are the perfect match. Please pair up men and women. Then let's dance. Okay, so you would pair Taira to Yuki, right? And then you would pair Iranami to Kobashikawa. Even though Kobashikawa would probably, like, prefer Mikako. And then you would, but they're just like the pair that goes around, right? And then you would pair Rei to Kinji, because they're kind of like these frenemy, weird tension thing going on. So then that leaves Kurukawa with no man on the other side. Is this where they're gonna do that? Oh no. Like, Kurukawa is the, like, odd one out, right? Oh, there's Otori. Oh. Well. Okay. Never, way to spoil my fun, Otori, it exists. You're so irrelevant. Meeting. Pair up with whoever you want. By the way, this is also a form of recreation, so you don't have the right to refuse. If you don't follow, I will only punish you. This, he's being a creep, but, like, he's the Danganronpa mastermind, so, you know, there's no limits to what the Danganronpa there's very little limits to what the Danganronpa mastermind would do. It looks terrible. Do you even wrote a memorandum saying that you won't do anything strange and now you're doing that? I'm the Danganronpa mastermind! Playing as hard as you can when playing is part of the studies. I think it's natural for a teacher to punish you for saying no. You didn't play your Foursquare at recess. Who is the teacher? That's just it. I am the teacher. The self-timing time limit will be reduced, and the teacher will hate it the most if you drag it in pairs. I had no idea why Monokuma suddenly started something like this for recreation. It would only, suddenly starting this for just the sake of recreation would be absurd. But I had no choice but to say that if I don't follow, no choice what to say, because if we don't follow, we'll be punished. Unlike me, who thought everyone would just be as confused as me and stay still, things turned around faster than expected. Maeda-kun? Let's dance with me. Taira? I don't want to pick a different person. I don't want to dance with Kinji. That's Kobashikawa. I want to dance with Kijo. Anyway, I need a partner now. I can't go against Monokuma. That's right, but... Okay. Then, do you want to dance with Kobajin? Whatever you want. I think it would be most fun with, Uranami with Kobajin. As Kobashi-kan would probably prefer someone else, but okay. So, what are you doing then? And then Kinjo, yep, it's pairing exactly how I expected it to go. They told me to make sure to have Psycho partner during... What? Psycho. Okay. What in the world? Psycho, they tell me to make sure to marry them? Is that what she said? Something like that. So what should we, do? Don't do nothing, dance with me. That would be good for both parties in the current situation. I'll do whatever you want. I didn't do anything, but everyone decided. Kurukawa. Okay! Okay, so like... So he just says like Gasigi Kurukawa. That translates so weird. Okay, type that into Google, will translate yourself if you want to. I don't think it's intentionally by the way. I was just supposed to be like hemming and hawing and thinking noises. But like the Google translates it interestingly. Okay, that first line of those two lines he's saying, everyone except us decided to be partners. So what should we do? Intimidating. Will you dance with me? Yes. She just like grabs you. I did. My filer. I finally seduced a woman. Yeah, it was a joke. Wasn't it funny? Forced proximity. Good. Everyone is active and very good. So let's dance right now. Music start. Okay. Copyrighted music incoming. I don't know what's gonna have to let it roll. Probably a CG, but probably some copyright's gonna happen here. Is this Haydn? Trying to guess the composer of this. It's oddly slow to dance to. It's like, it's not Beethoven. I can say, if it's Beethoven, at least it's early Beethoven. It's not mid or late Beethoven. Interesting. It seems like earlier, so you'd have to go like back to like Mozart Haydn era. And it's not it doesn't sound like Mozart either, so I'm guessing like Haydn. I guess you could get like Brahms, because Brahms is like Beethoven but slower, but I've never really learned anything like this, so I just dance the way I can. I don't think it's just me. But what should I do? At this moment, I forgot that I was trapped in Hope Spring Academy, and that it was a crisis, and my heart swelled with joy, dancing in unison with my partner. Tyra, who was dancing with me, was originally pretty, but after decorating for the party, she looked so beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off her. Maeda-kun dances well. I'm just dancing as I go. But Tyra is really skilled. Well, I'm a maid, who was often hired by conglomerates, so I know the culture of rich people from afar. Tyra, why did you ask to dance with me? 'Cause process of elimination! Tyra? No, even though I said harsh things to everyone. Maeda-kun, I got so angry at you so recklessly. Yeah? That's what I said. Oh, why is Tyra apologizing? It was me who was wrong. No, it was my bad. You know what the most painful thing about saying things like that is Maeda-kun. Maeda-kun, I shouldn't have wanted to hear that from Maeda-kun. Maeda-kun is also human. There are times when he feels discouraged, despairing, and lacking energy. That was just a foolish fool of mine who only saw one side of Maeda-kun and blindly trusted him. I didn't even think about Maeda-kun's truly suffering feelings. Tyra? Actually, I wanted to apologize sooner, but I'm sorry. The reason I asked to dance was because I thought we could talk like this, just the two of us. I'm really sorry. Tyra couldn't help but feel angry and instead apologized to me, even though I'm the one who really needs to apologize. No, Tyra, there's no need to apologize, it's my fault. I died. Yuhara died and I had no motivation. There was no hope and I wanted to give up everything. But if we gave up here, the children who have died so far will have died in vain. Higa. Well, Maki. Higa. Well, who cares about Higa? Tomori. Hatano. Inori. Yamaguchi. Yuhara. There was no room for despair. I have to squeeze out hope even if I have to force it. If I give up, it won't work out. It will. After spending the last few days away from you all, I've come to this realization. In that respect, we may have to be thankful to Monokuma for giving us this opportunity to change the atmosphere. They're like oh. Fortunately, the Maeda-kun I know has now returned. For now, let's enjoy the party here. I was worried about what Monokuma is planning, but now we need to use this crisis to regain our trust. After speaking up to this point, I was finally able to understand the meaning of what Kurokawa had said earlier. Take advantage of this crisis. This is probably what Kurokawa was trying to say. Yes, Maeda-kun. Then you can raise your pace a little. Wait, too fast. When the song ended, the dancing naturally stopped. It was difficult because I was dragged along by Tyra's pace, but the conflict was resolved and I was able to move my body with excitement, so I felt strangely refreshed. And it wasn't just me. Iranami, I didn't know you could dance quite well, too. Putting dancing aside, why do you keep touching strange places, you pervert? I can't help but hold hands and dance, even though it wasn't intentional. Is it over now? You tired? No, this is not a daycare. What? This isn't even a child from an orphanage. What? I don't understand anything this guy says. Kukawa. I gotta break this apart. Ni. Keep breaking this apart. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense, but something about her being tall and like a rod. He's calling the woman that. I thought I was going to die from being dragged around. Okay. A little complex. The car's like, what? Can you even ballroom dance properly? Who'd you learn it from? Why do I have to tell you? I would have clearly said that I would not get involved with you guys. I like your stubbornness, but I can't accept you getting into a fight with the rest and treating them the same way. Although the atmosphere seemed different in just one place, the atmosphere had changed significantly from before entering the ballroom. As the man and woman danced alone, the atmosphere became much softer. Could it be that Monokuma really planned this in hopes of cheering us up? To smash you back down! Everyone, it was great to see the great men and women dancing. Monokuma? Here we go! Have you had any luck? It seems like you are back to your usual self, so the teacher is relieved. Well, it's definitely noisy, so it's good because it's like usual. I still don't know what's inside you. What's the purpose of doing this? It's not like you're finally coming to your senses and you're trying to do something good. How much do you have to doubt me before you feel relieved? I've told you many times, my goal is to cheer you up. Nothing more, nothing less, I mean it. If you don't want to be suspected, you should have behaved well. What are you doing? But you really didn't do anything. Or did you? It's true that the dancing made me feel better, so why not just wait and see what happens for now? So, I'm done dancing. Can we go back now? You probably didn't think that this would be the end. What? As expected, you have something up your sleeve. What are you planning to do this time? There's no way it's going to end with these real idiots. Party. Ending the party without even eating dinner is ridiculous, and the party members don't even... what? Okay, I have to break this up again. So I'm putting spaces between the words. I gotta put quotes around this little puss sound here. Double explanation point. You're trying to end the party without even eating the party dinner. You don't even know the put character at the party. It's laughable. What? Party dinner? Come here. Or come to this side is what it's like. The dining room is this way. I thought Monokuma was trying to do something big, but it turned out that he meant to treat us to a dinner just for us. Well, yes. We followed Monokuma a little dumbfounded. Yeah. Was this like this? Our Hope Streak Academy's proud dinner party is perfect for a meal after dancing hard and sweating. I'm hungry, but I'm sure they didn't put... Are you sure that you didn't put poison in it? So Monokuma doesn't directly kill people, that's the thing. I'm rather anxious because I haven't done anything. I will eat well. I don't know what this is and I don't care. Eh? Are you okay, Satsuki-chan? It's so delicious, I think my tongue will melt. It's so different from the food of the dormitory cafeteria. Wachi? You see? It's really good. Mekaru, what are you doing? I have no idea what Monokuma was thinking. I said it before. If you try to disobey me, there's nothing we can... If you try to disobey him, there's nothing we can do. There's also the thing of, like, he's gonna do what he does whether or not I eat this food. If it tastes good, I might as well eat it and get that thing done to me than not eat it and get that thing done to me. Stop whining like a brat and act confidently. Anyway, it seems like, Monokuma wants to trap us at the party and I'm hungry. I don't care if you eat or not, but don't sit next to me and don't talk to me. The food tastes bad. Two people suddenly started eating. Contradictory report on the food. No, of course I'm hungry too. I don't know, I'm starving to death and I can't figure out why Monokuma is doing this to me. There's something delicious right in front of you, so why not touch it? It's not a man. It is not a man can't eat anything. Is there not a man who can't eat anything given to him? Well, I can't eat rocks if they're given to me. Starting with Kobashikawa's movements, we became hungry and headed to the table as if we were possessed by something. Well, Mikako can help with that. Oh my, this is such amazing taste that I think I should try once in a few years. It's so delicious, I can't stop. The food at the dormitory cafeteria was delicious, but this is beyond my imagination. I'm happy to be alive. Delicious. Once we sat down at the table and put food on our tongues, we couldn't control ourselves. In addition to the physical hunger caused by dancing, I also felt relaxed as the recently heavy atmosphere became more relaxed. Monokuma was clearly up to something. But now we don't pay much attention to that. I was fascinated by having a good time with my friends. Only Kinjo stopped his hand and looked sideways at Monokuma. Everyone seems to have regained their energy little by little, so Monokuma, the teacher, is happy. Sensei Monokuma. Sing Song Nim if this is Korean. Now, while everyone is enjoying their dinner, please excuse me for a moment. After you finish eating, I will allow you to move freely for a while. Move freely? Yes, the party is far from over. I still have a lot to prepare. You can move freely for a moment, and then, when I give you instructions, please gather in the dance hall, where we danced earlier. Whatever you mean by preparing? It's a secret. It's a surprise, so look forward to it. And the food here is not unlimited like in the dorm, but there is plenty, so you can eat whatever you want. Swallow it and tell me. You spilled it all over your pretty dress. I said it was... we could move free. Can I come to the dorm for a while? I want to pack up some of this food and take it with me. Then I will go change in the locker room and come back. The dancing is over, so you can change into your regular clothes now. Or you can just dance in regular clothes. No. What? Isn't it better to say you can't do it than to say you can't do it? What? It doesn't matter if you go to the dormitory or change clothes. If you can do it. Suddenly Monokuma's mood changed. What? We couldn't keep up with the sudden change in situation and just stared blankly at Monokuma. Except for a few people. No way. Kinjo, why are you like this? Maybe not. Kinjo-kun. Makaru. Why are they doing this all of a sudden? Well, why is it like that? Anyway, I made it clear that you can spend your time freely and definitely gather at the dance hall when I call you. See you later. Why did Kinjo and Makaru notice something? But we couldn't know. I feel terribly uneasy somewhere. What should I do? Should I chase after him? It would be better. Come on, anyway, since I said it was free action, I'll eat some more here. Well, I'd like to eat some more too. If I don't eat this delicious food now, it'll be a loss. It's okay to stay here for a while. I have a bad feeling about something. As Uranami said, Monokuma said it was free action anyway, so let's leave those who want to eat more and follow Kinjo and Makaru for the rest. What is the problem? Those of us who have barely returned to our normal relationship should have realized this sooner. We had already fallen into Monokuma's trap. Kinjo and Mikaro seem to have gone towards the entrance. The entrance is not this way. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Damn it. Hit? Yeah, what's Dong Hee? Dani. I can't believe I got hit. Got hit? It's locked. Vic. What is the reason why the door is locked? I heard that Monokuma is calm. What is his purpose? Monokuma's real purpose was to trap us in the ballroom? This is what it means to not be able to do. You rotten Monokuma bastard. Well, wait a minute. Then the clothes are... I'll go to the locker room in a moment. And it's locked. There is none. The clothes I was wearing and all my belongings are gone. Eh? Then what is it? You were really trapped inside the ballroom with your bare body? Wait a minute. What are Kobashikawa and Iranami doing? They stayed in the cafeteria and were eating food. Kinjo, what are you doing? What else? Monokuma earlier. About food. It is not unlimited. There is a lot, he said. Then... Let's quickly go back to the dining room. It's doing the Danganronpa 2. Okay, fine. Doing Danganronpa 2 Chapter 4. Kobashikawa and Iranami. Oh, what are you doing? Why is Kinjo like this again? You bastards. Did you eat it all? Of course, why did we leave something so delicious? Why did you want to leave me to leave some? This food... No, why are you doing this all of a sudden? Kinjo, what are you doing? Maeda? Monokuma? Said he would call later and we'd see him then, and then disappeared. He's not coming back. What is that guy? He can't even tell a joke? Take a joke? Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to joke right now. What on earth is going on? Everyone's faces are turning blue. The ballroom door is locked. We are trapped in the ballroom. It's locked up. I guess we got caught in Monokuma's trap. We're in big trouble. What should we do? I understand that, but why is Kinjo doing that to me? I don't know how long Monokuma plans to keep us here. They said that unlike the dormitory cafeteria, where refills are unlimited, the food here is limited. In other words, even if everyone shares a little, it won't be enough. I'm going to be angry because you two got hurt and eaten like pigs. Oh no, how do I know we're trapped here? We're trapped and running out of food. I don't know what Monokuma is aiming for, but he must be very happy because he took care of depleting all the food he had prepared. Mekaru? Where? Don't talk to me. I'm going to investigate, so I don't have time to spend it idly like you. Are we really trapped here? I can't guarantee it yet, but the door doesn't open, so it would be nice to have an emergency exit somewhere else. The clothes you took off are gone. You have to keep wearing the dress for the time being. Google Translate. This continues to be inconvenient. It's not a joke. We're trapped and we even ate all the food. What should I do? I'm really sorry. I committed a deadly sin. Calm down. You might be able to leave right away. You might be able to leave right away. You guys did it without knowing. But it looks like Kinjo and Mekaru went to investigate. Once. We are also investigating. Until Monokuma appears. There is nothing to do. About the ballroom as well. Because I don't know yet. The scale of the ballroom seems to be bigger than expected. There might be a clue that wasn't out there before, so let's think positively and investigate. Hehe. Tyra, why are you smiling? Masiko. Sorry, I inadvertently fell into Monokuma's trap again and was trapped, but I didn't give up. But you didn't give up hope. I was relieved to see Mayuta-kun's usual appearance. That? Thank you. Where are these things that are salted right in front of your eyes? Let's start investigating quickly. If it were us until this morning, we would have given up into everything and fallen into despair at this point. The party that Monokuma held for the trap ironically revived our bond. We haven't given up yet. If you don't give up and research someday... I finally got to chapter 4. It took a while. What's that? Look at in the refrigerator here. Refrigerator, come to think of it, there is a refrigerator in the dining room too. But it looks like a refrigerator with nothing special. That's not it. Look at the contents. May not be food, it might just be a bunch of fish. There is food? Yeah, it wasn't just what we ate a little while ago. It's not as much as I ate now, but I don't have to worry about food issues even if I'm trapped. That's good. It would be good if you let Kobashikawa and Iranami know. So they don't feel guilty or because they can eat it all. Because they probably still feel sorry. Yes. A lot of food is still preserved in the refrigerator where food is stored. Well, that pie's still intact. How could it be that we were already trapped inside the school, but now we're trapped inside the ballroom inside the school? The walls are closing in. Originally I wanted to go outside the school, but now I think I'm just satisfied in going outside the ballroom. Well, this is what Monokuma is aiming for? It's okay, I thought positively that I would be able to leave soon. I haven't even investigated properly yet. So, Satsuki was going to check out this hotel-like hallway. Except for the iron door in the middle, the other doors don't open at all. These doors seem to be locked. It's definitely like a hotel-like atmosphere. It even says what room it is. Yeah, they're each getting a room, aren't they? If you look at it, there's something here too. Feels like a student dormitory. Dormitory private room. No way. Satsuki Josai is sick, so I actually went to rest now. I feel sorry for eating all of your food. I have to continue investigating. Rooms that feel like private rooms. No way. It's Danganronpa 2 all over again. Okay, it's the dance. So that just loops around. Wait, what? I'm confused. Okay, I see how that is. I see how it is now. So then there's this room in the middle. And then it goes up on a stage in the middle. It's locked tightly and cannot be opened. Oh, I didn't even know there's a door there. Damn, it won't open. I told you it was locked. It wasn't a joke. In this situation, Hiranami and I ate the limited food. What are you doing? I'm sorry, Maeda. What on earth have we done? Maybe it's okay now, but we can't get out if you're like this. I told you to calm down so we can leave soon. We haven't even investigated properly yet. Maeda? Yes, I will try my best. I'll investigate twice as much as you guys in order to pay for my mistakes. No, you won't. That's right, rather since we didn't find anything on the floor, we were able to investigate a new area, so let's think positively. Maeda? Why? Yes, why? I'm glad you're back to your usual protagonist self. You say the same thing as Tyra. Well, it's certainly a hopeless situation to be trapped in the ballroom, but compared to the feeling of lightness a few days ago, I feel much lighter. It's just a new hopeless situation. Variety in my hopelessness. Hope is not something you find, it's something you create. Let's always engrave that into that little lesson in our hearts. Like we have Monokuma Tai Chi again. Kinjo. Is it here? Maeda. The other kids? I told everyone that the entrance to the ballroom was locked. And now we're splitting up and investigating the ballroom. It's pathetic. Monokuma obviously knew what to do. But he got caught with his eyes open? It can't be helped. Monokuma would have made us play into his plan somehow by citing the school rules. By the way, what on earth is this room? The place the murder will happen, of course. I don't know, I'm researching right now. So, will you please leave me alone? Ah. To be honest, saying this only to you is a bit of a special treatment. Maeda goes around with the other guys. It's hard to talk openly anymore. Guys who eat up the little food left, and guys like attempted murderers. I still don't like that. You still think like that? Question. Until now, I had helped him during the trial, and tolerated him because he was close to me. The end result of acting so carelessly is imprisonment in the ballroom. I will now investigate alone without communicating with anyone. That is better for you. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Because hurry up. And go. For a moment, I remember what happened a few days ago when the 4th floor had just opened. At that time, Kinjo's heart was shaking. I was on the verge of going crazy at the time, so I couldn't say anything to Kinjo. I was able to calm down because of the presence of everyone, but Kinjo continued as he was. I don't think this is the time to talk to Kinjo. Let's leave him alone for a while. Okay, let's go through the door. Yep, there is 8 doors. Well... This is, overt. What is this place? Oh no, the symbol that was on the hat of Kisaragi Hanzo. Oh no. In the deepest part of the ballroom, in a room with an iron door, there is only the most shocking things discovered so far at Hope Speak Academy. Axe, knife, various firearms. Among the weapons specialized for killing people, only the finest weapons are gathered in one place. What on earth are you doing? Ray. What? Don't talk to me. That symbol. Kurokawa. What is this? Kurokawa? Why are you like that? Yeah. Mark. This mark. Mark that looks like letters from moon and moon are overlapped. So 2 moons, yes. The Hanja character is for moon, which is, I think, is the, like, if you learn Japanese, it's the kanji that's used for month, because, like, a moon, the cycle of the moon is kind of a month, kind of historically. I thought it was unusual, but before that, I felt like I knew this mark. Kurokawa. Do you know what this mark is? Kisaragi Chainen. Okay. So, Chaden. Which is foundation, okay. Kisaragi Foundation. This is a mark from the Kisaragi Foundation. We got the Hanja characters for Kisaragi there. It symbolizes the crab moon with the moon and overlapped with a dog. What? Moon overlapped with itself. It is a lunar month. Okay, and then it's like sounding out writing Kisaragi in kanji, writing it in hiragana, and then, I guess, 2 lunar months. Something like that. What is the Kisaragi Foundation? What is that? It's not a publicly exposed company, but people in the know about it. A high-tech industrial company that develops and supports a wide range of products from home appliances to smart devices and robotics. There was such a thing, I had no idea. But the name Kisaragi, I think I remember hearing it somewhere. It's certainly surprising that a major corporation in the region is connected to Hope Speak Academy. But I'm not surprised that the country collapsed like the Exorcist woman. What? Yeah, let me try to grab this. I'm not surprised that the company collapsed like you. What? I'm trying to break this up. This is not good. They had to figure this one out. She's obviously not surprised that the exorcist woman has some interest in the issue. I'm not surprised as you that the country has collapsed. What does she mean by that? Kurukawa? The Kisaragi Foundation is centered on family lineage. It is headed by the next generation of the family. Now I clearly remember Hanzo Kisaragi, the first generation representative of the Kisaragi Foundation. Kisaragi Hanjo. That's the owner of the yearbook I found in the science room. I said I heard that name somewhere, and yes, just a few days ago I saw that name in a yearbook that I found by chance. I was definitely shocked when I heard Hanzo Kisaragi's name during the third floor investigation report. And now, when I saw the Kisaragi Foundation mark, I was mesmerized. You are mesmerized. Oh, she's talking about, like, her. You were definitely shocked when you heard Hanzo Kisaragi's name during the first floor investigation report. And now, when you see the Kisaragi Foundation mark, I see you are mesmerized. Kurukawa might know something. Do you know something? Tell me, what are you hiding? Kurukawa, are you okay? Mekaru will... I understand, but let's do it later. Kurukawa's not feeling well. Even that is suspicious. Whenever I try to tell something important, you always collapse. Are you trying to avoid the answer by faking a headache? Mekaru? What do you like about Mekaru? What do you like? It feels like I caught the tail. What is good? I'll ask you slowly. Exorcisms person? Kurukawa, are you okay? Can you stand? Well, that was quick. Due-sa. Thank you. I left Kurukawa alone, and she began to stare endlessly at the Kisaragi Foundation mark. As Mekaru said, it looked like she knows something, but she looked very lonely. Just looking at it, the deadly weapons are listed. Okay. What am I missing? Investigate the doors. Locked. If we have to, like, hit a very specific random place in this room to advance the plot, that would be obnoxious. About the stage. Oh, we can go in here. Okay, there's outfits. Variety of party costumes are lined up. These all just men's. After hearing Tyra's words, I came here just in case, but indeed all our clothes are gone. I have no choice but to keep wearing my party clothes. But even if you locked me in the ballroom, why did you take my clothes away? Because the mastermind is a creep. Did they put something in our clothes? Oh, just wait a minute. Ah, yes, the electronic student handbook. That's right, because I always carry it in my pocket. Then the reason the clothes were taken may have to be doing with the electronic student handbooks. Why am I using my electronic student handbook? I guess I'll have to give my clothes back more than anything. That school uniform is the only one in the world that I tailored myself. Okay, then calm down. And that should be it, right? After looking around the ballroom, we gathered in the dining room and decided to talk about what we had researched. As if a new floor had opened. Because that's essentially what happened. The analogous thing. How was everyone's investigation? Well, I don't think I got satisfactory results. The entrance was tightly locked. Teruya's clothes were gone. Even the clothes were gone. Let's think about it calmly. Why did Monokuma lock us in the ballroom? Anyway, we were trapped in Hope's Academy, so what are we doing by creating a secret room again? Why? Think of it. Isn't it because there's a reason we shouldn't wander outside? This is why. Why would we not want to wander out? Not want us to wander outside? The reason is always the same, because he wants you to murder someone. Maeda wants you to commit murder. I don't know what it is, but there may be a reason why it has to be like that due to Monokuma's circumstances. Then I don't know. I don't think this is an opportunity. Don't think this is an opportunity. What Maeda said is true. If you escape the ballroom at this point, it will catch Monokuma off guard. Okay, if Monokuma is currently doing something outside without us knowing, and that is a crucial clue to escaping from the school. Is that a crucial clue to escaping from the school? Yes, the reason Monokuma kept us here, in other words, is an opportunity to escape the school. Amazing, Maeda. The leader. This is the birth of a new super high school level leader. Don't be too happy. We haven't got to chapter 6 yet. I don't know how far you can go, and to do that, you have to somehow get out of the ballroom. How can I break through the iron gate at the entrance? Wouldn't it be okay to shoot a bazooka or something like that? Because of the weapons, right? Say something that makes sense. Even if this is the crazy Open Academy, would there be such a thing? Not only a bazooka, but also a pistol, machine gun, and axe. Satsuki-san, what are you talking about? In the back passage, there's a hallway with several rooms like private rooms. There's a door that leads to a certain place. There are various weapons there. Weapons? It was laid out nicely, as if asking us to choose what we wanted. Should I call it an armory? Also, the sound from outside doesn't travel very well, so is it soundproof? You're not giving each of us a weapon and telling us to have a battle royale. Monokuma isn't giving us a weapon and telling us to do a battle royale. I don't know what the purpose is, but you can break down the door like Hiranami said, but you'll be executed for damaging property anyway, so that's impossible. That's right. Well, if he doesn't catch you. First of all, make sure you never enter that room. It's dangerous. In the end, finding a clue to get out of the ballroom is the most important thing. There is one room. It's literally a room with nothing in it. But thanks to you, my sense of purpose has become clearer. I have to somehow get out of the ballroom, catch Monokuma off guard, and find a clue to escape. It's much better than wandering outside without any hope like a few days ago. It's all about possibility. I don't know why Monokuma locked us up. So that you'd murder, to cause a murder, and also to be a creep. And even if I'm right, it won't be easy to find clues. But still, we believe. If there is even the slightest possibility, chase the closest possibility. That's what creates hope. Actually, there was more bad news. Kinjo said in the teacher's office that Kurokawa being suspicious about the Kisaragi Foundation. But there's no need to say them out loud, it will only increase confusion. For the same reason, I got burned a few days ago when I kept my mouth shut, but it's different now. At that time, I hid the truth in order to ruin it in real life. But this time, I'm hiding it so we can all move forward together. You can say it someday when the time is right. For now, let's just think about escaping with everyone. I was thinking too softly. The opponent was Monokuma, not someone to take easy. Here we go again. The reason I locked you all up? Question mark. Well, my Anakin's hypothesis is interesting, but will you really be able to escape the ballroom? Free movement is over. There will be an important announcement from now on, so please gather everyone in the dance hall. Here we go. Monokuma. Codeer has appeared. You rotten bastard. Okay. He's appeared. What's the important announcement? I don't know, I'm anxious, but I guess I can't not go. Let's go. What kind of trick is this? We gathered at the dance hall as instructed by Monokuma. Immediately after, Monokuma handed out the keys to all of us. The key I received had a name tag that said room number 1 hanging on the keychain. Everyone, receive it well. Don't lose it. It's the key to the accommodation. You'll be staying here from now on. Accommodation? I'll explain it to you step by step. You guys are probably curious as well. Why did I invite you to the ballroom? Why is the door suddenly locked? And what will I do from now on? It's a little early, but I'd like to announce my motivation. Motive? Yeah, we haven't done the free time events yet. Motivation? The motivation is that? That's right. There's nothing like that. The fact that you guys stepped into the ballroom itself is your motivation. What do you mean? There's only one thing I'm going to tell you from now on. Now the ballroom is locked, and it is impossible to leave. That's why you need to kill someone. What are you saying? I don't understand. Wasn't that explanation enough? Long story short, you can't leave the ballroom until there's a murder. What are you doing? Are you telling me to kill to get out of the ballroom? That's right, it's the same rules as before. Of course, if you commit murder and get through the class trial, you can be kicked out not only from the ballroom, but also from the school. What is that? That's ridiculous. Don't worry too much. This time I prepared a special arsenal for a more reliable murder, so please do your best and kill.
Suicide is not acceptable. Killing yourself is absolutely prohibited. Anything like that will be treated as a dog's death, so keep that in mind. It's like, if you kill yourself, I'm gonna punish you for it. It's like, wait, how? If we listen to what you say, we can't. Will we listen to what you say? We can escape without doing anything like that. I'm sorry, but it's impossible because that's not how the plot of Danganronpa works. Kurukawa, not Kurukawa, Kobashikawa. Currently, there is only one entrance to the ballroom, the main entrance into the dance hall. The door is made of the same material as the main door of Hosting Academy and is strong enough to withstand a nuclear bomb. There is only one way to open the door to the ballroom. All it does is recognize the electronic student notebook. Electronic student handbook. What? That means you can go out anytime? Electronic student handbooks are always in our clothes pockets. Ah. It's in your clothes. It's unsightly to see them all broken, so I brought them to each person's private room in the dormitory. Is that really kind of me? This was the goal from the beginning. Lock us in the ballroom to induce murder. It's weird. Monokuma must have written a memorandum that complies with the school rules and promised not to do anything during the party. So it's locked before the party even started. Now I can say those words were empty words. I did not do a single thing that would violate the Monokuma memorandum. What are you talking about? You're doing something terrible. No one said it was in the middle of the party. I definitely said until you guys wake up. No way. As I said, after the dance time and eating delicious food, you guys return to your usual selves. Because I have your energy back, I didn't violate the memorandum. Don't be funny, I know how to play with puns like that. But it's true, it's logically perfect. If you think it's not true, why not refute it? No. I was never happy at the party, nor did I laugh or talk loudly. If it's as you said, I didn't have any energy, but this is a clear violation. Because I didn't specifically identify Kinjo, you guys have identified an unspecified number of people, and it has nothing to do with Kinjo's personal wishes, because more than half of them are in good spirits. We shouldn't have trusted Monokuma, we were so complacent. How many times have we tried? Calm down, it's just the stage has been changed to a ballroom. The fact that you can get out if you commit murder is no different from before. All you have to do is keep your composure and focus on the investigation. Is that so? Well, it's definitely the same. It's just that up until now, there's a lot of space and plenty of food. Well, I still prepared as much food as possible based on the protocol so far. It seems like so-and-so ate a bit too much. It's okay, there's no problem. Kawashikawa and Iranami, there's still food left. If you save it in the refrigerator, there's enough left over to last a few days. Really? Monokuma, don't worry, there is food and a place to sleep. It's no different from before. On the contrary, since we're in a corner, we'll investigate even more tenaciously. Except someone's gonna murder someone just like before. And I'm sure no one will die. Yeah. And they'll come out of here and press your nose. Whatever that means. We never give up hope, and we're not consumed by despair. Maeda. Maeda-kun. No way. I'm surprised to hear something like that from Maeda-kun. What? It's nothing. Then everyone knows this party will continue until someone dies. I forgot to tell you something. Please think of the ballroom as a separate space from the school. You don't have an electronic student record book, and you can just assume that you are not students. In other words, I am not bound by school rules. What? Or you are not bound by school rules. Never mind, you are not. It's a lawless zone. Students can fight, and there's no late night time. Well, except for the first item. Hitting me and damaging property is prohibited. But because I will ballroom cost at least the night and morning like it was done so far. In this situation, will you guys be able to live like you have been up till now? Lawless zone. Just like he said, all you have to do is research hard and get out of here. Like, just as Yuki said. Yuki Maeda. Kinjo, Makaru, wait. Monokuma said that this situation itself is motivation. I understand that you all act separately, but since this is a crisis, wouldn't it be better to cooperate with each other? I can't be with you all anymore, because it's a crisis. What? The only means of escaping from a space without rules or order is murder. The conditions are the same, but because we are isolated, the urgency is even higher. And there is little food left, so you might be able to survive a few days, but if the food runs out, you have to wait. You have to wait several nights. Someday, a murderer will definitely emerge from among them. A murderer will definitely emerge. What are you doing? I agree with Psycho Police, although I don't like it. When will you all face reality? Kinjo, Mekaru, the point people. I'm excited, that's right. We don't want to spend time with people like you either. Kinjo-kun. Didn't he look strange somehow? Strange? How? I guess I can say that he's a little intimidated. Looks like there's something wrong with him. That guy can't be. It was the same as usual, not the same as usual? Is that so? I understand. Maeda, I understand, but I think it's better to give up on Kinjo and Makaru. They're too stubborn, and I don't have time to worry about them. Well, to put it bluntly, if we can all escape together, we can become friends again. Then Kinjo won't treat us like criminals. It's not too late even then. But nighttime. It's nighttime. Although it's late at nighttime, you don't have to go to bed or stay in your room. Good night then. Now 10 p.m. It's already nighttime. First of all, everyone is tired today, so let's sleep. If you start investigating again tomorrow, you'll definitely find something. Everyone received a private room key from Monokuma. You'll be sleeping there while you're in the ballroom, so be careful not to lose it. He said there was no late night time, but let's keep following the rules we used to keep among ourselves. When you go to bed at night, make sure to lock the door and don't open it. Yes. This is a private room. Is this a private room? It's too small. It's just a bed and nothing else. It's not a private room, it's just a sleeping room. It certainly doesn't seem good for your mental health to continue living in a place like this. I still felt a lot of anxiety, but I wasn't as hesitant as I used to be. Hope is something that can be created. If we are together, it is definitely possible. I believe that. Well, let's just sleep for today and start investigating again as hard as we can tomorrow. There we go. You have to face through the bed. Rarely, I think I was able to sleep without much trouble on this day. It's a pretty bad situation, but I was only thinking about investigating with everyone and getting out of the school, so I couldn't think of anything else. Everyone slept well? Did you sleep well? Well, the bed was definitely softer than the door, but it was comfortable to sleep on. After all, we were trapped here. It's okay, don't be too discouraged. If you focus on the investigation from today, you will definitely be able to escape. Yes, in times like these, we need to cheer up. Let's see a delicious breakfast and research energetically. Wait. Food distribution is important. You can't just eat everything. Distribution. That's right, there isn't that much food left right now, and I have to leave some things for Kinjo and Makaru too. Makaru could go full Lin Mezumi on you though. You have to leave behind what's yours too. They don't even cooperate, so what's theirs too? They don't even cooperate, so why? Because they're human beings. If you do that, those two will die. Kurokawa is right. It's not good to act on personal feelings if you don't know when they will go away. Then how should we share it? 1,000 calories a day. You slowly lose weight, but Wait, leave this to me. The ability to analyze the amount of food and distribute it accordingly is also a maid's thing to do. Please, do me a favor, Tyra. The current remaining balance is 6. If you distribute the amount of food for each person, it is not food to 8 people. Roughly this much per person. It's not even good as a snack. I can't help it. This is roughly the same amount as 3 meals a day. I'm going to be full after eating. I'm not going to be full after eating this. I think it's just going to whet my appetite and make me even hungrier. I'd rather not eat it. Then curse me, and the Empress will eat it. Who says I won't eat it, but you will eat it? I said I won't eat it, but I will eat it. It would be a big problem if we were trapped and ran out of food. However, I was vaguely relieved to hear that there was a small amount of food left. Looking at the amount of food, I realized that the distribution was more serious than I thought. Situation. Is this really distributed properly? It seems to be less than the amount I saw yesterday. That's even less than what that was left yesterday. I think maybe Kinjo-kun and Mikaru ate it. What, they ate late night snacks without us knowing? They're such bad people. You have no right to speak quietly. If you think about it, whose fault is it that things happen like this? What is it? I have nothing to say. The 2. I investigated the ballroom all morning, while you guys were sleeping. It's true, so how does Kurokawa know that? I was awake also. To investigate. So, I ate a little too. Sorry. There's nothing I can do about what I ate while researching. Well, what they ate while researching. But if that's true, then it's a really big deal. Even if you can get by with this, you'll still be starving. We were shocked and speechless when we saw the ridiculously small size of the meal. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Hey, how many meals did Kobashikawa and Iranami make yesterday? Or eat? Well, about 1 meal each. Maybe 2 meals each. Then can't you just starve for at least 2 meals? The rest of the kids couldn't eat that much, so they shared it. Starve? Isn't it the female business owner's fault to complain like that? No, that's true, but I didn't do it knowing everything, and I'm not being too harsh. Are you being too harsh? I thought it was cruel for us to starve because of what you did not knowing. But I'm already somewhat digested, so I'm hungry. That's what I'm saying. Of course, that's it. Otori's sudden suggestion made the atmosphere a little strange. It's dangerous. If things continue like this, there might be a fight. Of course, we have nothing to say, but all we can say is that it might be too hard a policy. You say you have nothing to say, but you say whatever you want to say. The fact that you're making excuses like that doesn't mean you're really reflecting on anything. What are you talking about? Everyone stop. I'll starve. Iranami? It's true that we were wrong, and if you forgive us for doing so, it's about 2 meals. I'm starving. It's not that I can't forgive you or anything like that. Well, if you think about it, you didn't do anything wrong, so I'm the one guilty. All you have to do is starve for 2 meals. Draw it. Let's wait a moment. It's okay, no matter what. Let's all share it together. Says the people who are going to starve. Let's do that. No more arguing. It seems meaningless. I will starve for this meal too. Because I ate a little early in the morning too. Kibukawa? Well, this meal is... me, Maeda-kun, Otori-kun. We'll just eat it together. Please do that. We'll investigate first what you guys eat. And Otori are reflecting... we are reflecting properly. Please don't ignore that feeling. Enjoy your meal. There was a slightly awkward atmosphere, and the 3 of us had a meal with Taira and Otori. And I had a meal. Since we were halfway through, we actually ate twice as much as we had originally planned. Since we were half of them, it seems like it was decided somehow suddenly. They don't seem to have any complaints, so it seems like it's okay. Is it really okay if this happens? After finishing our meal, we decided to begin investigating for an escape in earnest. And then we have free time events. And I will stop here. I already did Kurokawa's free time events. Okay. So pick it up on the next one. Didn't really learn a whole lot, did we? Kisaragi Foundation. Sound like Kisaragi Corp. Okay.